and your children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why? $22 million in 3 fucking hours! There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not. Neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's great.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares partially. I think it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
All right, GMCG everyone, we are back for August 12th at noon here. We have a great stream lined up with MonkeDAO, an OG NFT community, Solana whales, if you will, who, launched an NFT project. I think they're the first NFT project on Solana, or maybe Creatures was, but they were the first to really kind of make it happen. So excited to have them back on the show. They've been around for a few episodes, but what's really interesting is they are incubating some Solana products. And so today is a product spotlight. And so we're going to go from noon to 2 p.m., really product focused. So these might be, trading tools, yield generation tools, neo-banking apps, or banking and money transfer apps that you might want to use if you're a Solana native user. And then at 2 p.m. or 2:10 p.m. to be specific, Chill's going to run his MCG Trader Radio as per normal. So that's the normal trenching show. As you guys know, I was not on yesterday, but I was on Monday with Chill, and we had Manlit. 500K on stream, guys. 500K on stream. Chill said it was a top 3 meme coin. It was a top 3 of his pick on the stonk.fun platform. And it just ripped. Literally minutes later, Ansem wrote in his Discord because he's watching MCG and he said, hey, I like this. Maybe should I endorse this? That's all he asks his community. So I'm going to run through that thesis because you guys know I've been on the AI artificial UNU on Robinhood. I did really good on that trade, 2.5 million to hit 10 mil. So nice 4x on that in the last week. And that one you could have done on size. So we'll go through that in a second. Cheers, guys. Cheers. If you're drinking something, maybe you're sipping something, although it is noon. However, it's 5 p.m. somewhere in Europe. So for my Europeans, if you're having a pint, let me know. Let me know what we're doing here. Shaik. Sup, man? How you doing? Welcome over from YouTube. If you're looking at anything, I will definitely pull it up. GM Chill, my guy. Chill TRD is on a generational run, guys. As much as I trade with my guys, and Chill's definitely my guy. So, yeah, so 12-10, just to be specific, I'll go through. Actually, before I go through, hold up, guys. Before I go through the schedule, I am going to go through the schedule before I share this. All right, present. We're going to do that housekeeping, that good housekeeping. You guys know we run a live stream here, so your support is what keeps us going. Right here. Okay, so this is the schedule. Now, guys, if you don't follow MCG, and this is the first time watching the show, we stream Monday to Friday. We are the largest, if not one of the largest, daily live streams. We've been streaming for 18 months consistently every single day. We've not missed a trading day. We've worked extremely hard to, get all the best information. You would have found Robinhood in mid-June. X402, PAI at like 2 mil, MetaDAO right at its first ICOs. So, man, we've covered a lot of stuff really, really early on. And we have a great community of traders. So it's not just MCG. We work with some of the best traders on chain in our Discord to identify really great opportunities, and then we feature them on the show. So go follow the account if you haven't. Also, in our links in our bio here, you will find let's see, what links do we got here? We did have a link to our Discord, but it is private. You can earn protocol fees by DLMMing with Meteor. So this is providing liquidity. So go use code MCG, go stake your MET tokens. You can earn 22% APR if you don't own any MET. MET actually looks pretty good here. Pumps ran based on chain kind of traction, but Meteora, I believe it's trading at a 90 million FTV, and they're generating tens of millions of dollars in net revenue and billions in protocol fees. So one of the largest on-chain businesses, and they do really well. But subscribe to our YouTube, guys. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. YouTube for us is where you can find all our recordings. So head over there. But yeah, for today, for the show at 12:10, so in about 10 minutes, we're going to have Moonsettler on. And I don't know if Benny's joining, but we definitely have Moonsettler. We're going to do Otis at 12:30, 12:50 Tab, Nuke at 1:10, 1:30 with Swish, and 1:50 with Surfcash, who's been on the show. They launched originally through Startup Fund, but we will get the lowdown on what they're up to now. And then, as I mentioned, 2:10, Chill's going to take over the stream and get into the usual trenching flow. And as always, we really thank MetaDAO, who is our presenting sponsor and who helps support the show, allows us to stream every day. So if you haven't ever traded MetaDAO tokens, go to metadao.fi plus their permissions launchpad. You can find a lot of really great projects at futard.io. So go explore ownership tokens. Not only do you buy the token, but you get exposure to the underlying business and the upside there. So there's some micro raises there, or there's their curated launches. And honestly, out of all the tokens on Solana, the MetaDAO tokens are some of the best performing tokens out there. So I'm actually going to cover one of them, but I'm going to start somewhere else, which is my manlet call here. So as you guys know, and maybe for context, this is Chill and I streaming. So I'm just going to play this here because I think it's pretty awesome.
Kind of the point that I was making as well. But basically, you have this token that's paired with Ansem. Remember, Ansem was starting an ecosystem around his token. And so he's kind of wanting people to kind of create things that help push Ansem forward. So, you know, he talked about this sort of like hackathon thing for builders. We see him empowering people like Vanilla Funk as well in his ecosystem, and showing support and some love for that. So I think there are things that, you know, will attract his attention. I think Manlet is one of them. You know, at the end of the day, it's driving volume for Ansem. People are getting rewarded with Ansem tokens, and Manlet is like a common like mimetic term for like Solana folks. So I think just from a mimetic standpoint, there's you know, there's some it holds weight there, but then it also has, if we're trading attention, it has more attention ahead of it, because you basically will have, you know, Ansem interacting with this in a meaningful way. Like, you know, Solana Manlets has been a term for quite some time. So you know, I think it's actually not a bad bet to bet. I think Manlet, if anything, I would say is probably a top three of my picks in this ecosystem so far.
Okay.
Top three. So there's the call. So there's the call. And again, this was, I believe, Thursday last week, or anyways, it was the day the Manlet ran. You guys can check that out. Actually, sorry, that was Monday this week. So here's what ran it. And we were streaming at that point. It was about 3:15. So we were around the 3:15-ish time. And, you know, here's what Ansem wrote. So he says, guys, what do you think on this? I have been hesitant to support this public because the last Manlet. So there was another Manlet, by the way, which rugged their socials. But I trust this guy, Fox09, doing the CTO. Been a day one Ansem supporter. And anyways, they buy Ansem, blah, blah, blah. So my thesis here is kind of twofold. Number one is that Ansem is a 200 million market cap token. There are a large cohort of traders that will never buy 200 million market cap tokens. And so they miss out. Ansem is missing out on a lot of those flows. Now, what if Ansem did is to say, hey, I'm going to buy a little bit of all these Ansem paired tokens out there and create kind of this ecosystem. So there might be Ansem paired tokens at 50K market cap, at 500K, at 5 million, 50 million, etc. And then he's basically, because the LPs are paired against the Ansem token, is getting kind of the flows from all those different tokens, right? So there's kind of like a buyer out there for everyone kind of situation. So, again, this is just kind of levered meme coin stuff. So keep in mind, if Ansem declines, then Manlet likely will. I missed this again at 500K. It ripped to 8 million, but now it's pulled back to like 3 something. So I'm kind of watching this now because at any moment he could tweet something out. And we know, as per our thesis, if you guys watch the show, is that they are actually doing a little bit of a potential hackathon. And so all of a sudden, you know, this has kind of come up on my radar. What is this? The Ansem hack Claw Arena going on. Shout out Claw Pump, friends of our show, and who's been on many times. This is a collaboration between Claw Pump, EZA's involved. We have Squire. So there's a few different parts of this to come up with unique ideas around the Ansem token. So coming out soon is a potential Ansem hackathon, and maybe just the narrative in general of who's building with Ansem tokens. Well, I definitely think Manlet checks some of those boxes, but there are different tracks here. So if you're a builder, go over to the Ansem hack. Bunny here is saying, I wonder if the password is claw. So there you go. That's the password to maybe keep the bots out. Excuse me. But Ansem hack, keep an eye on this because it will be coming along. Okay, the other call I had on my profile, and I'll just give an update because, you know, we do that, and we got about 4 minutes until we talk to Moonsettler. So again, being in MCG, so here's context. July 21st, we had long.xyz. We covered AI at, I think it was 150K, 200K. Officially in the Discord, it's called at 300K, which is the AI on long.xyz. De Niro Dom, my 1/3 of MCG, was really big on this launchpad on Robinhood. And the thesis was very simple. Just create a meme coin, and the quote token pair is a stock, like NVIDIA stock. And so AI is paired with NVIDIA. And so I missed a lot of this run. This ran from 200K to 16 mil. And again, MCG was all over this. It was one of our biggest trades recently. Huge trade. That's like a 50x. Again, pays to be on stream, pays to be in the MCG Discord. It then dipped down to 2 million, and Chill said, hey guys, I think I like this here. And so I then bought some at 2 million. And sure enough, AI is now ripping. And again, the thesis is very simple. The thesis is that as AI's volume grows, it draws flows back to the core KPIs of Robinhood Chain, which is RWA stock tokens. And we know Robinhood is somewhat open to the idea of meme coins being on their platform. But anyways, someone is definitely buying this. Here's the chart again from 2 mil. First called in MCG. It was this first leg up here, 300K, did really well. And then now this has gone to 10 mil. So I've taken profits on this trade, but love the idea. And it's been definitely one of our core trades that we have covered. So yeah, like that. This might be a potential catalyst. So Nathan is the lead at long.xyz. So go follow his account, maybe put notifications on, because he said starting today, tomorrow, on the expansion plan for artificial news. So there is some sort of plan that they're building up, some sort of white paper, some sort of new primitive. Look, if Robinhood were to ever list something like this, it would drive tremendous volumes to the RWA NVIDIA stock token on Robinhood. So I don't know. Keep an eye on this. I'm currently out of the trade because I kind of want to see what this is first. Might regret that, but I definitely, if I were to pick kind of the next one I'm looking at with a similar theme, it is I'm eyeing and observing Manlet. So nonetheless, just some ideas there that I've had recently that I am updating you guys on. All right, back to the schedule. 12:10 with Monk Foundry, with Benny and Moonsettler. We are about to hop in with those guys. And yeah, I'm just going to stop sharing. Boom, boom. As always, guys, thanks MonkeDAO for sponsoring the show. $45 million raised. MonkeDAO has had, I want to say, almost $1 billion committed on their platform. So a lot of capital is gone on there, but they have this system where you get a percentage of the capital you commit to the actual raise. So 45 million of that has actually gone through to money for founders. And as you guys know, these are ownership tokens. So you have a claim on the economics of the underlying business, the revenues, the treasury, etc., through Futarki governance. So yeah, go check out MonkeDAO.fi and Futar.io. And thank you to them for supporting our work. With that, we will get right into MonkeDAO and Monk Foundry here with the guys. How are we doing, Benny?
GM, doing well, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. All right, you guys are kicking off today. Moonsettler, I thought we'd see you from Solana, Toronto, or Super Team Canada. Are you in the office today?
GM, no, I'm not. I'm out on the West Coast, so no, I'm unfortunately not in the office there. But Benny's actually out there in Toronto too. For Benny, I don't know if you know, but Josh is actually also Canadian himself as well.
Oh, nice. Nice.
That's right. I may or may not have applied to Super Team Canada. So if you check the applications, you'll search my name, you might find me there. So I've been in the office. Really nice. I love what you guys are doing. You guys are doing some killer stuff. We have a number of teams today. Are any of these coming out of Super Team Canada by chance?
None of the teams in this cohort are actually out of Super Team Canada. However, every team in this cohort is actually a part of a super team. So we have like from Super Team UK, Super Team India, Super Team UAE, Super Team Georgia, some of the representation. So yeah, no, definitely really connected with the super team ecosystem as well.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, I've really positioned today as a Solana product day. And the idea here is we want people to come to explore different products that you guys are helping to, I guess, help along, if you will, go to market. Like, what role do you guys play and how do you see kind of these spotlight days
For sure, yeah. Well, first of all, just want to say thanks for having us back on the show. I know we did this previously with our first cohort. This is our second cohort of Monkey Foundry. So I'll give a quick, brief overview of what Monkey Foundry is for those of you who don't know. But before I do that, shout out to you guys because I love your guys' show. You guys are always kind of first into every new meta that kind of pops up, and I love hearing and learning about a bunch of things that you guys share and bring exposure through the ecosystem. So we're super honored for you guys having us back and being able to feature and showcase the teams that we're support within our ecosystem. So for just a huge thank you for that first and foremost. And jumping into it, so myself, I'm Moon Settler, one of the MonkeDAO execs and program lead at Monkey Foundry. Also here we have Benny, and I'll turn it over to him in a sec here for him to do his own intro. But just a quick, brief overview of who we are at Monkey Foundry. So we are the incubator program coming out of the MonkeDAO ecosystem or the MonkeDAO community. For those of you who don't know, MonkeDAO is OG NFT DAO community on Solana. We're actually August right now celebrating our 5th year anniversary.
Wow.
Crazy to think about. There is a real NFT project still showing up every single day, 5 years running. From the early days of Solana, we're still here. We're still very much involved in all things Solana and the entire ecosystem, and we're very, very proud of that. Our membership, we're very proud of our membership and everything that they represent within the ecosystem. So, first of all, shout out there. And yeah, like I said, incubator program coming out of MonkeDAO, and what we do is support early stage consumer focused or consumer based products on Solana. And we really look to find opportunities and teams that are building consumer applications that we really believe will onboard and bring new people into the ecosystem, ultimately building products that real people care to use, while abstracting away a lot of the complexity that comes with understanding blockchain and experiences that we ourselves, kind of being more in the trenches, may be familiar with. So we have a wide range of products. Each one of them, we believe, tackles a different part of the market when it comes to a consumer point of view. And we're very proud of the teams that we have in this cohort and in previous cohorts in what they can do to essentially grow the ecosystem overall. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Benny, for a brief intro there as well.
Yeah, not much to add. I'm Benny. I run operations over at Monkey Foundry. I led the Build with MonkeDAO grants program before Monkey Foundry was Monkey Foundry, and worked with Solana Foundation to allocate funds there. Currently a board member for MonkeDAO, previously an executive member, and then now my main focus, along with Monkey Foundry, is also working with the Solana ecosystem call, running marketing and a lot of the creative work there.
Awesome. And guys, if you've liked what you've heard so far and you want to support these guys and support the show, make sure you click the retweet here. Let everyone know that you are live, and go, of course, because, the algorithm. So very cool, guys. I do want to ask, because we are seeing an NFT season. For those that don't know, these are the MonkeDAO NFTs that you currently have. You have SMB Gen 2, Gen 3. Can you just maybe talk a little bit really quick about what these different collections are and what the SMB barrel was or is?
For sure. Yeah, for sure. So the SMB Gen 2 is kind of the OG NFT for the MonkeDAO community. Those are the NFTs that minted back in 2021. 0.69 SOL at the time, when they were I think they were like $69 or whatever at the time. Had the whole run up, kind of kickstarted and brought all that energy for NFTs on Solana at the time. Ran up. There was always a saying that when the community, one SMB was one BTC. True story. So that was a good time. And from there the community formed, and MonkeDAO kind of came to be, where a group of holders from the community at the time. You guys may be familiar with some of them, like Solana Legend, Jemmy, who's our currently still our lead exec, Nom from the Bonk side, RP, and Celon. Kind of came together, the 5 of them co-founded MonkeDAO, and brought a bunch of the members together to really kind of hang out, collaborate, share ideas. That the whole ecosystem was kicking off at the time, so it was a great way for members to connect and be apart with each other. then as kind of things progress, long history, back in 2023, we actually put forth the S&P Gen 3 in order to like buy back, I guess, the IP from previous devs who actually kind of rugged at the time, which is why MonkeDAO actually was created, from the original devs who actually minted the collection. And then S&P Gen 3 came to be. Benny was actually part of the S&P Gen 3 quote unquote like core team that actually brought the collection to life and everything like that. So that minted in 2023. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Benny. Dates are, everything's kind of meshing together at these
2023 seems like a lifetime ago.
Yeah. And then so they actually minted as SMB barrels. So everyone minted a barrel, and then those barrels reveal into SMB Gen 3. So even to this day, the barrels there's still some barrels that are available on the market that are unrevealed. So you can purchase those barrels, and those will reveal SMB Gen 3.
So does this mean there's are the barrels burned then after they reveal? Like there's only 2,000 barrels currently circulating. So very limited barrel supply.
Yeah, so the idea is like there's still actually like a few one of ones, Gen 3 one of ones somewhere in the barrels. We don't really know where. There's also like there was a few different like community votes which actually burned off like almost 6,000 other barrels, because initially like the Gen 3 was going to be like a 15K size collection, and the community voted to like reduce that size as kind of the market evolved. So the idea is there's still some one-on-ones, and there's some super like exclusive NFTs out there in the barrel somewhere, maybe, hopefully, if they weren't already burned as part of some of the other barrels. But yeah, it's that's kind of the fun of NFTs. You kind of like can reveal it and, you know, hopefully pull something really, really cool out of it.
Yeah. Any thesis on NFTs? Crypto Jones here wants to know where you think this is going. And I mean, why I talk about this, because it's Todd again, Stonk Brokers, who's we showed on the show a few weeks ago, has gone bananas, absolutely bananas. You know, no pun intended. Geez. So yeah, what are your thoughts around just NFTs in general? Do you think there could be a mini resurgence here for some of the SMB barrels and Gen 3s, etc.?
I mean, anybody who knows me knows I'm like one of the biggest NFT bulls still this day. Kind of gone through the whole it hasn't been easy, I will say that, especially kind of like working in the space for the last few years. But I mean, obviously NFTs on Robinhood are absolutely popping off right now. I mean, like you said, stockbrokers, I think there was a 44K mint yesterday or the day before that sold out in like an hour. Like, and there's a bunch of things popping up on Robinhood. I think some new energy has been injected into the NFT ecosystem with like FWA, like the fake world assets on ETH. I mean, there's a few projects trying to do similar things on Sol. As part of like our 5th year anniversary, we actually just launched on MonkeDAO like a gacha machine for NFTs. So it's like kind of like a memory road. So we took a lot of like legacy. So people who were around for the previous run, there's a lot of like legacy NFTs, and you know, there's a lot of nostalgia and stories associated with them. So it's like a fun little gacha machine that we put on together for our 5th year anniversary. And you can, people can go and try and play that out. We just launched that this morning, like a couple hours ago. So that's a little fun thing. I think bringing some excitement back is really important. I think getting back into collecting is really important. Obviously, I think it was really tough where people kind of maybe set false expectations of what they can expect out of these communities and out of these projects. But I think as long as there's still people at the core of NFTs, and NFTs were always about community and they were always about bringing people together, that will never go away. What that means in terms of like speculation and floor price and price appreciation of such assets is, you know, I'll let anybody kind of take their own pick. I'm obviously super bullish, but you know, I just love the like of what they represent, the stories that come with it, the provenance, the history, the relationships that form and kind of came out of it. And I mean, understanding the role that NFTs and S&B in general kind of played through the history of Solana, especially having been at the center of like kind of like the FTX collapse and all that sort of stuff, and being a core integral part in enabling the social layer to continue to exist and survive through those drawdowns and through those, you know, pretty I guess you could say like traumatic experiences. kind of strengthen it. And I think over time, like a lot of that respect to what they represent on chain will eventually flow back in some sort of valued terms, I guess you can say.
So this is what you're referring to, and I want to, we have about 6 minutes left, and so you have this. Is that what this magic block is? Is this gotcha machine?
No, so
yeah,
Magic Block is like another team on Solana that we work closely to bring this experience to life. So the actual, if you scroll down, I think it's junglefund.io, the actual link, and that's the gotcha. Just simple go. There's like 2 different pack sizes, 0.1 SOL or 0.3, 0.5 SOL. Spin. If you don't like it, you buy it, sell it back. I think everyone pays back at minimum 85% of the value. So yeah, spin, play. If you don't like it, sell it back, spin again. If you like it, keep the NFT. Yeah, just a little fun. Very similar to like the TCG gachas here. Different, a little bit different than the FWA one, where you like not the users stake their NFTs. It's just a pure gacha play. That's fun and memorable for the community.
So if I understand this correctly, when you say explore 5 years of Solana NFT history, are you guys going out and buying a bunch of like just dead, I don't want to say dead,
yeah,
like forgotten, let's say forgotten Solana NFTs, and then you're putting them into this gotcha machine like FWA did, and then people can, spin it for $50 or whatever, $30?
Yeah, it's 0.1 SOL. It's like $5-6 or whatever.
Yo, this is
right
awesome.
Now. Yeah, and it is yeah. Like, I mean, like old icon. So like every NFT that gets loaded in has some sort of history or story on Sol that, like, if people who were around Solana at the time and playing in the NFT space will definitely remember them. They're the NFT space is rooted in a lot of stories, a lot of history, a lot of culture, and like there's a lot of very funny experiences that kind of came around with these collections. And people will reminisce on how they round tripped 100 SOL NFTs that are now worth 0.1 SOL. Like, so yeah, there's a lot of that story with it as well. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just looking through, I'm trying to see if there's a way to sort them by the oldest ones. It says listed, but listed. Oh yeah, that's just how much percentages listed. Just to see the old provenance of which ones. But man, I love this concept. That's such an awesome concept. All right, well, guys, to go look at this tweet if you want to spin the machine. I think 0.1 SOL is like super reasonable. And then really quick, this monkey pack celebrate 5 years. So is this just your own NFT collection that is put in here, and what price is that at?
Yeah, so those are the Gen 2, Gen 3 collections, and those packs I believe are 3 or 3.5 SOL on the Jungle platform. Yeah.
Love it. I mean, to summarize here, I think what you guys have created is a culture of fans, Solana fans, and community. And then to the next part, Monkey Foundry, is you're incubating different businesses that, once you have this, user base or attention or audience, you can then back in products and kind of dog food your own products in a way. Do I understand that correct? The relationship between the two, Benny?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, the biggest value add that we have as an incubator accelerator, what really separates us from others is our community. So we have a very vibrant community of active power users within the ecosystem that are looking to test and use these new products. So that's something that when we're going through the application process, we want to ensure any project we bring into Monkey Foundry is something we believe the community would be interested in using, and not only testing and giving feedback on, but also willing to really champion across socials and start out as that initial user base for these projects.
Awesome. I totally vibe definitely with this vision. So let's say you're a founder. I mean, how do you get into one of these cohorts? What's something that, project founders should do? Also, are these pre-token, post-token? Are they raising? Like, give us kind of some of those more mechanical details.
Yeah, I don't know if Moon wants to jump in on that one, but the process is pretty simple. I mean, we're planning on doing 2 cohorts a year, and every cohort concludes with a IRL demo day. So most recently with the first cohort, we had a demo day in Miami for Accelerate. And then for this current cohort, we will be planning an IRL demo day in Breakpoint. And we'll be bringing together all of these teams as well as investors to really see what these products have to offer. What was the second part of the question there?
Just for, we do a lot of interviews, 600 here. So we talk to a lot of founders, like what, if they want to get involved, if they want to kind of bootstrap through you guys, like what stage do you take projects? What's a good fit for a project?
Yeah, so we do pretty early stage, usually pre-raise, pre-seed, and then invest in a smaller ticket size and really look to support them across the board. I don't know if Moon really wants to add any details on the specifics of the teams that we're looking for funding size wise.
Yeah, for us, so as Benny said, pretty early stage. Some teams are at slightly different phases, more so kind of in like that pre-seed seed phase that most of the teams that we bring in are. We really look to help support them with their growth and, establishment of themselves as like a real startup, kind of taking an idea from just a simple MVP to actually building a business around that. That's really what we focus on through the program, is like how to turn these ideas and products that are built on chain and leveraging blockchain technology into real startups and businesses that real people will care to use and kind of grow in the ecosystem. So yeah, if anybody's looking to kind of get interested, just follow us on socials at Monkey Foundry is the account there on Twitter. Come hang out if you want with the MonkeDAO community. We have obviously active communities around the world. We have local chapters all over the world. Every IRL event, our members always show up en masse. I think, there's a big IRL event coming up in the Balkans, the Solana Summit Balkans. I think there's going to be like 150, 175 or so members there.
Wow.
So everywhere we go, our members are always there. Teams, there's going to be actually a couple of the teams from our Monkey Demo Day, our Monkey Foundry presenting at the demo day at the Solana Summits there. So do check that out. But yeah, if you're looking to connect, socials, reach out to us. You can become a member of our community by picking up an NFT. We have a very strong builder community within the core community side. A lot of the major founders, product teams within the Solana ecosystem kind of cross over and make up our community as well. So if you're looking to connect and rub shoulders with other builders in the ecosystem, do join our community and then look for ways we can, discuss and find ways to help support and grow your business through the ecosystem.
Cool, guys. I gotta say, man, Super Team Balkans punches above its weight for sure. They come up all the time, and so yeah, I know those guys are cooking. So enjoy that. We got to get into the main show, so appreciate you, and we're gonna cover some projects. Off the tops of your head, really quick. I don't know if you have a question in mind, but we like to give an honorary question, something that comes to the top of your mind, if anything. That we can ask the different products and teams. Is there anything that you think that I should ask them on behalf of you guys?
Damn, you asked me this last time too, and like I totally forgot.
Every time it's going to be the same one. Same question.
Benny, do you have a question?
Yeah, I guess in like a ideal world, what's the best way that Monkey Foundry can support their project individually or specifically, and what they hope to get out of the program after the program is concluded after 12 weeks. So I think that probably encapsulates quite a bit within that one question.
Got it. That's perfect. All right, Benny, thank you for coming through. Moon Settler, come on, man. MCG 0 for 3 on the honorary question. All good, man.
Yeah. Dom fed me the last one. That is true. I do appreciate it. So, well, all right. I know we're gonna hop off here because you're gonna have the other teams up. Really excited to have you guys hear from these teams and learn all about it. Once again, huge shout out to you guys for having us, for hosting us. Yeah, keep doing what you guys are doing. Love your guys' show, and we'll chat more soon. So appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Awesome. MCG live from Super Team Canada coming soon. So, all right. See you guys. All right. That's Moon Settler and Benny from Monk Foundry. Crypto Jones, I agree. The crypto space still suffers from PT NFT. Dude, what I'll say about NFTs is they brought a lot of people into crypto. I remember back in the day, I mean, I'm an OG NFT guy, 2017 CryptoPunks, but long since are gone. So anyways, unfortunately. But I will say that a lot of people that didn't really vibe with trading or deep tokens or like deep smart contract tech or like all this kind of technology, they really understood NFTs, trading, collectibles. I think, gotcha machines are kind of doing this now. So I love the idea of them having a really low 0.1 SOL kind of NFT gotcha. I think that's really nice. So yeah, Super Team Cam. I mean, Crypto Jones, I think they're out in Vancouver as well. Really quick, just getting to some of these chat things. Josh, once you said you'd like live translation app, well, yeah, maybe hit us in the DMs. I want to hear myself in Mandarin or Canto for those audiences in Hong Kong / China. Quant says lit is candle incoming. I mean, I think we've been covering this thesis from much lower than here. So I agree. HFK. All right. With that, let's get to our first product. And guys, if you're watching the show, I think keep an eye on these products. Ideally, these products also will start to offer you guys maybe discounts, maybe incentives to try out their products. So keep an eye out for there. But these are all things that you can use on Solana. And so Otis describes itself as the wealth front of crypto available in early access on iOS and Android. So the call to action today is go follow these accounts. The founders are there as well. Go follow the founders. But if they have a live product, go download it, go try it. Again, really great teams are incubating these. And so these are high trust type products. And so, yeah, with that, we're going to bring Ravi up from Otis to kick us off. My guy, Ravi, how you doing? Welcome to MCG.
Hey, Josh. Great to be here. Thanks for having us. Shout out to you guys for hosting this. Shout out to Moon and Benny and the whole Monkey Foundry team as well for getting this organized. So super excited to be here.
Let's go. You say you're building the wealth front of crypto. I mean, I'm going to start with a quick intro from yourself, but then let's get into what Otis is.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Ravi. I'm one of the co-founders of Otis. Have a pretty unusual background for being in this space. So I actually used to be a lawyer in my past life. While I was in law school, worked with some professors. This is like back in 2017, so well before DeFi summer. Worked on some academic articles on blockchain and the law. Got me really interested in this space from a really nerdy legal academic perspective. And then by a crazy coincidence, one of the first cases I worked on as a lawyer was for the founders of BitMEX, which is, the original perps exchange.
Yo, really?
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, back in the day. And that team was myself as a junior associate, fresh out of law school, 4 senior partners who were all above 65, had barely heard of Bitcoin, let alone a perps trade. And so they were just like, Ravi, you take a whiteboard, explain to us what all this stuff means. And so just kept getting deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, started trading, investing a bit on the side myself. Try to get, family and friends involved too, because I just thought there was so much great opportunity in DeFi and on-chain products, and realize it's really just super complex for people who don't have, some sort of someone to hold their hand to get them in the door in the first place. And that's really what we're building Otis for. It's for people who could use some of the great products that exist in DeFi, some of the great yields, but don't really have the time or the know-how to get involved. And we want to create that super seamless experience for them to grow their wealth, get the best of DeFi without getting the complexity to it.
Dude, first off, the whole BitMEX thing is a wild background. That's amazing. And I have like a ton of questions about that, but we won't derail the conversation. Were you on the defense or offensive side of that whole situation?
On the defensive side, so we're representing the founders.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I still love Arthur. He is a legend, but okay. I mean, he created a primitive that created the whole thing. So you have this amazing background, and that was kind of your lead into crypto. You're now building this wealth app. We've seen some of these kind of like really friendly Web2 neobanking. Like I don't use investing products from my normal bank. I use it through, a product like Wealthsimple here in Canada, but down in the US, you have a whole number of them. I think you probably know them better than I would. What type of user uses this? Like, are you angling this more to Web2, never heard of crypto users and making DeFi easy for them? Or is this kind of for like me as a more sophisticated DeFi user and I just want to, have something a little more simplified and not distracting me with a lot less flashing buttons in my face?
Yeah. No, it's a great question. And so we don't think of ourselves as a neobank. We think of ourselves as wealth management. Like you mentioned, Wealthsimple, we say Wealthfront, there's Betterment, there's a bunch of these out there. We want to be the destination for your money, a place for it to grow better than it can grow in other places. But our first users are really the people who are, listening to this call, crypto natives. They're comfortable with self-custody. They might be sitting on idle stable coins, tired of babysitting yield. Maybe they're ex-traders, crypto casuals. To be fair, this is not a product that's going to 100x your money in a few days. But look, if you're an MCG listener and you've made some huge returns based on the alpha you get on this show, you want to capture some of those returns, rotate out into stables, then we give you one of the best places and one of the safest places to park those funds until you're ready to pull the trigger on a new trade. And the reason we want to really start with those users is we think they're the hardest and most skeptical audience, right? So I can see this question already from SHIEK, right? DeFi has great yields, but also pretty high risk. So it is a very hard and skeptical user base, but I think if we can make it work for them in the first place, it'll work for the saver who's never even heard of the word DeFi. And that's where we want to expand to next, really going after normies, retail, people who are earning just 0.4% in their bank savings account and showing them how great returns that they can get on DeFi and still manage to do it in a safe and easy way.
Thanks, Amp, for reposting the stream. Really appreciate that. So, okay, I think I understand this. I mean, I'm definitely this target market. And I'll tell you guys, every cycle, everyone has experienced this. You've maybe done well, altcoin season, you're feeling pretty good. Next thing you know, you're like, man, I could pay my mortgage off, all this good stuff. You're like, I really made it. Bang, you didn't take profits. You're down 90%. You're wishing you took profits. Then you're like looking back at your old photos thinking, man, if I could go back and tell myself like, hey, go sell something. So we all know that situation. Is that what this is really like good for? Is along the way, like, am I, wiring in USDC from my Phantom wallet every time I sell? Am I, if I make a profitable trade, it's like, hey, let's put 20% of that aside and long-term sit it here and earn some yield. Like mechanically, all the things you say are great, but like, how does someone actually do this in a disciplined way?
Yeah, so that's actually a lot of who our early users are. They're people who have made money trading in the past. Potentially, they've just gotten a bit older. They've started families. They don't have as much time to trade as much as they did, 4 or 5 years ago. And so they've rotated out. Other people are people like you're mentioning. They wanted, take some profits, take 20% out, make sure they have it, accessible, ready to go for whatever their needs are, and then come back into it. So, how every individual does that is really a question for them. We just help them do it in a way where they don't have to manage it all the time and think about it. And, that's, I think, one of the core value props of what we're building. You're not too worried about which protocol you're using, which exact vault you're using. Our agent manages all of that. And, I would actually love to just show you the product if I can share my screen.
Absolutely. Give us a screen share. We love that. Crypto Jones asks, what's the best risk reward on Otis? I don't know if you also have a optimized strategy set up that you can tease as well.
So we don't have a ton of strategies like that, right? Like I said, it's a bit more for normies. And so really the way it works is you come in and sorry, I'm just setting up the share.
Yeah, no worries. It's just a bottom mid there. You can share a tab, window, etc., but easily or probably a tab.
Here we go. All right.
All right, great. Just let me know when I can bring this on screen.
You can bring it on.
All right.
Cool. So this is what the app looks like.
And so this is a mobile app?
It's a mobile app. We are in early access right now on the Apple Store and on the Google Play Store on Android as well.
Yeah.
And this is what it looks like, right? So you've got my total balance up top, my cash account. Let's just start with the Smart Yield account to get to that question that was just asked. So this is really the whole product in one screen. It's one balance, one rate that you're seeing there, 5.7%. We really aim between 5 to 7% yield, which is where we find tend to be better yields than you can get obviously in traditional finance, but also not getting too much into risk, right? So all the vaults we use over collateralized stablecoin lending vaults, not looping, not any of, these crazier strategies that start to really get risky at the end of the day, because that's not really the point of this. If you're trading separately. This is really somewhere to park it and feel pretty safe with your money. You can see we diversify users across multiple different vaults. We've got Jupiter there, and you can even see what the agent is doing for you. So it'll rebalance you as these APYs change on these vaults. So it's not something you have to worry about yourself. It'll tell you why it's doing it, how it's finding you better yield as well. And that's how the Smart Yield account works. You just come in from the cash account. We basically have, I think, one of the best on-ramp solutions in the space. It toggles to whatever country you're located in. So I'm actually in the UK right now, but you can see the different options for the US. We have a ton. If you have an existing, Phantom wallet, you can just connect that pretty easily as well. This we think is super key for our long-term growth because we want to create a great product for crypto natives, the people on this call, but ultimately we want to expand the space, right? We want to bring more people in here. We want to pull in normies, retail who are earning, like I said earlier, 0.4% with their bank savings. And so really solving for the on-ramp and the management is really key to make that happen.
Great. And so under the hood, then there's an agent that's going and deploying these strategies. Now you mentioned some of them. In my neobanking app, it does have automated strategies, and it shows even down to the specific stocks that it's buying and the dividends and when I get them. So it's quite transparent. Is it similar to this? It says, oh, this deposited into, this vault and the rewards are coming in daily. Like, what does it look like on, I think I see the history.
Yeah,
there,
I'm just showing it to you. Yeah, so you can see this is your full activity feed. Shows you what the agent did, how it's diversified you, rebalanced you as well. This is the kind of stuff that, someone who's pretty good about managing their money on chain would be doing manually, which, can take a lot of time. It can definitely take a lot of mental cognitive load, and we want to remove that effort from people, allow them to get back to what they really enjoy doing. So you can see, this is just an optimization that it did, deposited into different vaults. It tells you the new yield you were getting, if there were any fees involved, which we cover a lot of fees right now, so didn't have any there. And then you can always, ask our agent as well what it did for you or how you want to invest. If you want to come up with strategies yourself, you can always ask it about those too.
Awesome. Okay. So I think we got a good idea of the product, and I know this is the slow and, you're not getting the 10X overnight type of investing, but this is like the nest egg stuff. This is the stuff where, your on-chain wallet, maybe you get dusted in that, but this is the money you set aside for your savings and kind of staying in the game, as I like to say. So guys, go check this product out. Any traction you can share with us, like how many users, AUM on the platform, all that good stuff. Like how's this been going?
Yeah, so it's been good so far. We're currently in an early access phase, so we haven't opened up for public launch. That's coming in the next couple weeks, actually. So pretty soon, have a sweet launch video we're ready to release, really leaning into the nest egg, boring side of DeFi as opposed to the really exciting stuff. So a bit of a counterculture campaign there. So far, we have 1,500 signups, 300 active users. The number that we are most proud of is we have a 60% first-time user deposit rate. So people who come in tend to deposit right away, tend to really love the experience. And that's why we tell people come in and just try it with $10. You don't have to put in, your whole savings account right now, put in a little bit, check it out, see how it works. If you are listening right now and you're interested in trying it before a public launch, shoot me a DM, happy to get you set up with early access.
Everyone thinks about security when they put their money into any product. What does the kind of security angle look like with this product?
Yeah, and this is super important, right? I think we've seen it's not been a great year for DeFi when it comes to exploits, different vaults, right? Obviously, you had the drift situation. So there's a few things we do, and we really, want to make sure that people feel super comfortable with their money in Otis. First is it's fully self-custodial, right? So even though the agent is managing your funds stay yours the entire time. We never have access to them. It's not a place where you send money and it's just a black box. Second, our agent operates inside super tight guardrails, so it can move your funds between vetted vaults, battle-tested protocols to optimize your yield, but it can't actually send them to other users or somewhere they can't go. And then in terms of the risk management, there's a few things we do. One is the diversification. So you're never all in on any one vault, which really lowers the impact of any potential exploits. And then we monitor continuously for exploits as well. So if something looks wrong, the agent can move your funds before you've even seen a tweet about it. Or if it's happening in the middle of the night and you're asleep or you're busy, that's really a key part about protecting users and, putting people at ease of mind, which is really what we want to do at the end of the day.
Love it. I mean, this is what Robinhood's making big bets on. So this product is available, is the underlying infrastructure Solana based? And what kind of things does Solana enable uniquely for this product?
Yeah, so we integrate with Solana vault providers, so Jupiter, Lend, and Camino being the big ones on Solana that we work with. Also a bit of a teaser and an Easter egg if you noticed it on my screen. We will be coming out with an investment account later on as well, and that's provided by Xstocks, which is obviously on Solana. So Solana has been super important to us, not just from the product side, but also from the community side. There's Monkey Foundry that we're really excited to work with. We also are a member of Super Team in the UK. I know you guys mentioned Canada and the Balkans earlier, but I'll give a shout out to UK, to Cap, Cezaya, TC, Alex, great team out here. So Solana's been a huge partner for us and super, super helpful.
Solana's been super supportive of their ecosystem. Same with the Monkey Foundry guys. They had a question that they wanted to ask all the teams. What is the best way for them to support you in your success?
Yeah, and it's something we talk about with them a lot too. But for us, it's really, given that we're in the early stages, we want to get people in trying out the product. We want to have those conversations with them on the ground. Set up calls with everyone who gives it a shot. Learn from them what they're looking for. I think as we've seen, there's something like 200 billion in stablecoins that are sitting idle in wallets, and that's losing to inflation every single day. It's even worse than putting in your TradFi bank savings account, which is already terrible, right? And so people really do need to find a way to earn yield on those idle assets. And so a lot of it for us is, getting involved with the Monkey Foundry community, understanding their users' pain points, understanding what is it going to take to make them feel comfortable. Is it adding balance protection at the end of the day? Is it making the diversification super clear to them how it works? Is it adding even more transparency on top? And so that's what we're really excited for with the program. And they've just been awesome partners so far.
Yeah, you have this really nice transparency page here. We've got 1 minute left, but I really like how you guys have done this, showing the average yield, the liquidity of your partners, the yield over time, because obviously this can change with the supply and demand of liquidity out there, the different sources, self-custody, all this good stuff. So really awesome. And hopefully one day these can be like FDIC insured and stuff like that as an extra layer of insurance protection. And as Crypto Jones said, 6% is great. GICs in Canada yield like 3.5%, which are like, treasury bonds. US, it's, 3-4% maybe. And then, 6%, usually you're getting into like private loans and private lending and mortgage lending and stuff like that. So definitely getting a good yield. So, all right. Any final things, Ravi? Any last call to action? Any promotions coming up that we can offer users potentially in the future?
Nothing at the moment. Definitely happy to, connect after the call too and see what we can do for the MCG community. I think in the meantime, please follow us on X, the Otis account, my account. If you do want early access before a public launch in a couple of weeks, just shoot me a DM and happy to help you get set up.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Ravi. Have a great day and good luck scaling your business.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
See ya. All right, guys, that is Otis Finance right here. As he mentioned, which really blew my mind, is he worked on the civil case. I'm going to say it was a civil case. I'm not a lawyer, but the case with BitMEX RFAs, that's a really, really cool story. So, now he's thrown his ring in the hat to build a high trust, easy to use wealth app, which I think is really helpful. There's a lot of trading products out there. There's a lot of kind of degenerate things going on, but to see like, hey, pull in 25% of your profits on profitable trades into a app like that and just earn stablecoin yield, so it's there for the next bear market, so you have some dry powder, is a great way to do it. Up next, we have Tab Markets. So let's see. Tab Markets. Trade the news in one tap, backed by Monkey Foundry, Super Team. Was this Georgia? Yes. So it's probably late in Georgia. So we're going to bring up Tab Markets in a second here. Every newsroom, Twitter posts, filing, on-chain move, and prediction market event turned into one signal you can trade in a tap. Stocks, commodities, tokenized RWAs on Solana. Okay, really, really, really interesting. Here for the MCG Midas Touch. Yeah, man. Look, we've been early. We've been on it, and we will stay on it. So definitely. All right, so let's go ahead, and we're going to start with Tab Markets. Tab Markets, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hey Josh, how's it going? Great to meet
you. Good, man. Welcome to MCG. Really interested in what you're building as someone who covers real-time news and definitely has a really big thesis around this. Yeah, do you want to introduce yourself and then get into what Tab Markets are?
Of course, yeah. I'm Alan, and I'm one of the co-founders building Tab Markets. I'm here with my co-founder Victor. And yeah, we're building this consumer app focused on trading news, mainly for tokenized RWAs. And we believe that tokenization of RWAs has really accelerated this year, right? Thanks to issues like backpack securities, Sunrise, etc. And Solana is kind of converging to become the home where you can access the best financial instruments. So we're building this app where you kind of condense all news-based events across multiple sources. Whether it's like podcasts, newsletters, shows like yourself, and other kind of fin media stuff, and then you can trade assets which those sources talk about, whether they're bullish, bearish, neutral on those, and in one simple tap, right? Like you can either trade it manually or you can set up auto execution rules, and you can just let the trade play out. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what we're building.
Got it. So you're getting all these signals in. How do you build a platform like this? Because not every information source is providing its information up freely. So how do you get the information onto the platform?
Yeah, of course. So currently we're working with some of the news APIs, and then Twitter API is available for us. We're kind of scanning all the podcasts on YouTube. So we're just getting different sources, and I think for now we're kind of subsidizing it because we're pretty much early stage. But yeah, we're trying to like aggregate all these news sources into one app where you can see the ticker that's kind of correlated with that, and you can just simply trade on it.
Okay, I definitely think this is the future. I mean, we have some of our own thesis around this. So you're going and pulling information. Obviously, with AI, I think it's enabled a lot of this ability to go to the long tail of information sources and then analyze it and pull up what is actually reasonably in signal versus what isn't. Maybe can you talk a bit about like the information that I see? How is that actually delivered to my screen? What is going on here?
Yeah, of course. So what you can see here is a simple tradable feed, right? So we're dividing it into two views. Like one, you have like a basic view where you can just see, similar to like a coin market cap, you have this view where you can see all different assets, right? Like they're mainly tokenized RWAs, and you can see the sources that have called it. So I think what's interesting in terms of user feedback that we saw is that most people, they see certain news, but they just don't know what the whether it's like bullish, bearish, what it means for them when they want to trade a certain asset, right? So we just distill that information, and we think that a lot of people follow these macro trading accounts, right? Like whether it's some kind of influencers they follow on Twitter where they've made certain calls, but all of this kind of gets buried behind noise, right? Like Twitter is a noisy place. You can see a lot of stuff on there. So what we do is like make it very easy for you to scan. Okay, what is it that this particular source, for example, MTS or ANSIM or this particular trader you follow has called in the last 48 hours? Like what assets are they bullish on? And then we just let you trade that very simply. So that's one thing that you can do right now. And the second thing is which you were browsing, right? Like this is called recipes or like theses. So you can build your own theses, right? So if you believe a certain trade is going to play out, these are a series of if-else conditions which you can set by yourself, and you can just let it be on the app, and people can subscribe to it based on if they want to tail the call or if they want to fade it. So that's how we kind of enable trading on the app for a user, where they can make a very informed decision on how certain news affects markets.
All right, so let's see. We're going to look at the AI CapEx decision tree. So I generally, again, agree with the direction you're headed here, and definitely have done a lot of thinking around this myself. Can you just walk through what's going on here? So route an AI QPCast through. Okay, so basically, is this buying these equities based on certain triggers and like workflow steps? Can you just talk through some of these?
Of course, yeah. So this is a rather complex trigger that is on the app, but I can walk you through it, no problem. So the first trigger is basically telling you that enter the NVIDIA trade when there's a spike in compute demand. So what you do on the back end, or when you use this thesis, is that whenever there's like news sources reporting increase in compute demand, you arm a of NVIDIA, right? So it can be a pre-described amount. Here it's $200, but you can change it based on your risk appetite and your portfolio size, and then that is the one that you enter the trade with. And then based on different conditions, right, like if there is any kind of follow through trades, like you're able to take profits. So let's say it moves up 9% in this case in 7 days, then you can sell X amount of NVIDIA. So you can fully customize it. Here we're just giving you custom built triggers that let you take a trade, take profit, cut the risk if there is news, because a lot of
Hello. Oh, I think we may have lost. You guys can hear me, right?
That's
Crypto John. Oh, I think. All right, we're back. I don't know
Am I
if
back?
I think you might have cut out there. Okay, I think we got the gist of the workflow here. I mean, I can see it making different decisions at different kind of points here. So as a trader, am I coming and manually building these workflows? Like what, I mean, some of this like are very, very specific, like 7 days, 9% move. I mean, how complex is it to build these, or am I just using something that you and some of the team have built?
So to begin with, we're just letting people pick custom triggers, like custom theses. But then there is a very simple way in which you can build triggers. But I think to begin with, we just don't want to have people make 1,000 decisions, right? Because there's a lot of complexity here. So we just want to give them simple custom built triggers which they can subscribe to. But yeah, eventually the goal is like if you're someone who has a certain thesis, you're able to kind of just in 5 minutes choose different topics and like pick your thesis and build your trigger.
Got it. And am I signing in and depositing funds and this platform's triggering it, or am I just using the signals and plugging it into like a trading terminal?
No, the platform's doing it all, right? So we just want to make it very simple, where you just react to news and trade everything in one single app. So yeah, you're signing in, you're depositing funds, and based on the different triggers, you're trading, buying, selling.
Okay, understood. You have this vault here. What is vault?
Was just your portfolio. Yeah, that's just your portfolio. So it's all hidden behind a sign-in. So if you want, I'm happy to share my screen and walk you through.
Yes, please go for it. You share screen, bottom mid, little plus icon, and then you can share a tab. I think my guy at Tab Markets is lagging. Okay, Here we go. There we go.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back. I don't know why this is something with StreamYard. I face this with StreamYard streams all the time. I have no idea why this happens.
All good.
Yeah, just give me a sec. Share screen. All right.
We have about 8 minutes, so we want to get through a quick demo, and then I have a couple questions.
Of course. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, there you go. All right, yeah. So this is what you can see, right? Like this is the same interface that you see here. So you can, like I said, you can toggle between basic and advanced views. Like advanced is more of just a tradable feed, and you can just filter it out based on like biggest moves, latest news, and then if you want to, let's say, find out more information about NVIDIA, and here the percentage increase that you see is based on when this news source came out, right? So when Bank of America decided to invest 250 billion across AI data centers, post that news, NVIDIA has like moved up 3%, right? So this is what you can see. You can see all the different kind of news events, and what we're enabling people to do is also have these bubbles in which you will see how much a news moved a certain asset. So that way you're able to like visualize it in a very effective manner. Okay, this is what was bullish for the asset, or this is what was bearish for the asset, right? So this is what we enable you to do, and these are all your traders that you follow anyway on Twitter, right? So that's one view, and then here you can just see, in a very simple way, which particular asset has the most amount of stories, right? This is more trending popularity kind of a feed. So NVIDIA has had like 39 stories, and that's also because it's going to have its earnings call sometime later this month. And then you can see different sources, what you were seeing. So, for example, Ansem, like he is, bullish on these coins, bearish on certain coins, and that you can see in the last 24 hours, like that's what's been reported. And then the portfolio view or the vault view that you mentioned, and then just your account. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, cool. We kind of breezed over maybe your intro, but what's your background?
Of course, yeah. So
who's tab.markets? We don't see a profile. We just see, I see your X handle, I think, at the bottom there in your Alanation 428.
That's right. Yeah. So a brief background about myself. So I worked in venture capital for about 4 years, investing in climate tech startups. So this was between 2017 up until 2021. And then 2021 is when I got into crypto, was one of the founding team members for an OG Ethereum NFT project, which is called Creeps. And we
Your internet's definitely bugging for sure. Okay, we're gonna get you're back. We're gonna try and just get through it. Okay. I think we heard it. How long have you been building this product for specifically?
Yeah, so it's been about a couple of months. So we participated in the Frontier Hackathon by Colosseum, and that's when we were building a different product. So it had the same underlying engine, but was a different product. So it was called Event Mesh, and it was infrastructure for agents to trade based on market signals. And we built it during the duration of the hackathon, and based on just user feedback and people we spoke to, we realized that not many people were using agents. Like we realized that there's like very less demand for agents currently. And second thing is that for a B2B product, the sales cycle was quite on the longer side. So we decided to go up the stack and use Event Mesh's engine and build Tab.Markets. So that's how the product came into fruition. And that was the origin story for Tab.Markets.
Great. I want to get through. We got a couple minutes. Crypto Jones, trading bot integration in the future.
I think not really. I think we would want you to trade on the platform because trading bot integrations, it's possible, but I think it's just a more seamless and intuitive experience because the kind of demographic that we want to go after is, people who are, crypto curious, crypto native, but mainly want to invest in stocks and commodities and ETFs, right? So for that, we just think that the interface is a lot cleaner compared to a trading bot.
This is a good situation. Say my thesis is market pullback, which I think this is all our thesis to some degree. How would you build the triggers for this thesis? Like, can you say like, if the Fed raises rates or something like that? Like, Yeah.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're building for exactly these kind of conditions, right? So we can set triggers. Like let's take.
We are losing, and Crypto Jones will do. Thank you for that piece of feedback. Just having some internet challenges, but we're going to try and push through it here. Just 1 or 2 minutes left. All right. Sorry, we got you. Walk us through this. This is the most important part, I think, of this chat.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, you're back. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell me what the question was? Is the same thing about the multiple?
Yeah. Oh, he is. All right, you're cutting in and out, and I just really want to get this construction of a thesis market pullback. How would you do it?
So you can set different if-else conditions, right? So you can say if the Fed decides to increase rates, and you can set a trigger that if Fed rate includes the word rate hike, then you buy or sell different assets. So you can pretty much do that with if-else conditions. And like Crypto Jones is mentioning, you can build your thesis for a market pullback, and other people can subscribe to it.
Question: how do you know the news was the driver, and is it how real time is it? Like, you know, Trump saying, "Hey, I'll give everyone access to my tweets faster." How do you know that this platform has the best, fastest information?
I think with Trump, it's definitely gated behind it, but obviously, he's gating the whole his whole feed behind a 100K subscription, right? So that's obviously going to be difficult to get. But I think there's obviously going to be leaks which will allow us to get some kind of information on Twitter. But yeah, it's there isn't a significant lag. I think there's only a few seconds of lag, and we're solving for latency as well. So yeah, there won't be significant lag in terms of when we get the news on the platform.
Got it. And order execution is happening on Solana?
That's correct, yes.
What makes Solana the best place to build a product like this?
Like I mentioned earlier, right? I think Solana is the home for tokenized RWAs. It has the most amount of on-chain financial instruments, and Solana is just like easier for people to trade, faster finality, faster execution, and just the breadth of assets that Solana has on-chain.
Awesome. We got to leave it there. I think this was a good little overview. I think your app looks really great. And good luck, building this out. I think there will be some interest for it. As Crypto Jones says, it's unfortunate because this is a pretty interesting idea and product. I agree. Sorry, maybe one last thing is, do you have any traction yet, or what stage is this product in? Just beta, or do you have?
It's in beta. We've had like 150 signups so far on the app, and we're working with a select group of users just to.
Okay, Tab. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining the show. I think 150 users mentioned or signups at least. Yeah, thanks for joining the show. Sorry for the internet issues. I mean, it just.
No worries. It's specific to StreamYard. I don't know. Whenever I join a StreamYard podcast or show, and it's something that is specific to my laptop, or I don't know. But maybe I'll write to StreamYard later. Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, tell StreamYard to get it together. No,
I will.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much, Josh. Appreciate it. Cheers.
All right, see you, Alan. All right, interesting product. I think that's. You know what, Crypto Jones? I wish I asked this. This is on my list to ask everyone today is what incentives or special offers that these products have. So unfortunately I didn't get that. The connection just wasn't the best, but all good. I mean, StreamYard is this it's just makes streaming so easy. So that's why we use it. And we're just a couple guys running this. We don't have an engineering team. This isn't TBPN. But I think this is a cool product. I definitely want to watch this. I mean, some of the benefits for signal trading like this is just you can't always pay attention to the news and see all the news at once. And so that's kind of what these products solve for. I will say at MCG, we're actually building something interesting around this, which I hope to show you guys very, very soon. Yeah, I think we got the gist. Definitely. We will definitely have him back as he gets definitely gets some traction on it and it evolves from beta. Let's see. Tom A. Okay, Tom A. Asking me Here, I'll screen share so you guys can see the question, just so you guys know about what we do here. Tommy asks, looking forward to watching this later. Do you accept requests to do deep dives on projects your community suggests? Yes, Tommy, but only if you're in the MCG chat. If you're in the MCG Discord, we definitely prioritize all the people in there because those are traders that we know have alpha. We know that, look, what comes on the show, sometimes it's our own ideas, but many times it's the community seeing different things and shouting it out. So we drive our content is very, very community led. All right, with that, let's get back to the schedule, guys. If you haven't retweeted the stream or followed, go do that. We have Nuke Trade on with Amen, and here Nuke Trade yield layer for perp dexes. Okay, backed by Monkey Foundry, obviously. Public beta is now live as of August 3rd, live on Solana, bringing institutional grade market neutral strategies on chain accessible to everyone. All right, market neutral strategies, guys. I actually have quite a bit of experience here. I helped build the first USDC Circle market or delta neutral vault ever to exist on Arbitrum. And because it was on Arbitrum, is the first to exist anywhere. There we go. Alan saying Crypto Jones, where you can get, I guess, early access to I believe Tab Market. So you can follow up with that comment over on YouTube. All right, with that, Nuke, let's bring up Amen. Amen, how you doing? Welcome to MCG.
Hey, Josh. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. I hope you're having a great day as well.
Absolutely. I'm having a
little under
great
the
day.
weather, so sorry about my camera, but yeah, I hope you're doing good.
No worries. Why don't we get into who you are briefly, and then what you're building here, Amen.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Amin. I'm building Nuke. So I have been in this industry from past 4 years, building in DeFi on multiple ecosystems. Previously, I was working with EVM, Arbitrum, and Base, and bunch of other ecosystem. And recently, like past 6-7 months, so Nuke is my first project in Solana. So earlier, Nuke, I was working in a exchange company, so where I was the engineer who built a spot exchange on top of Hyperliquid, spot and perp exchange on top of Hyperliquid plus Solana. So from that time, Hyperliquid was at boom, and new exchanges were coming up like a Lighter and Aster. So then we started doing this arbitrage trading across funding rates. We created a small Telegram bot and generated few profits. So we got the idea.
What kind of profits? When you say a few profits,
Yeah,
can you mention what kind of returns you guys were seeing?
Yeah, definitely. So we started with a couple $100, and it was generating around when funding rate spikes were happening, it was giving us a huge APR of 100% to 200%. But eventually, it was shrinking down. But when we started investing more, so we invested around $10,000 in total, me and my co-founder. So we were just trying and experimenting things out. So in the span of around uh, 2 months, so we invested around 10K USD, and we generated around 2K plus profit. So it was quite profitable. So yeah, that's why we were running some bots and strategies. So that's why we decided we should definitely make a product around it, because as we know, perp has been growing and more exchanges are coming up and more opportunities are coming up. So that's why we decided Nuke, and yeah, we are building it Nuke. We are building Nuke. So Nuke is ideally a product where you can open delta neutral strategies across exchanges like Phoenix Trade, Hyperliquid, Pacifica, and many more exchanges are coming up in the pipeline. So yeah, you just deposit USDC. You don't have to bridge funds, all those depositing on multiple exchanges, handling stuff on your own. You just deposit USDC on Nuke, and in one simple click, you just open the position and you can start earning yield via funding rates.
Okay, so this is I also remember when pair trading was shout out my buddy Hoth, who Hofhaus, who really pioneered pair trading on Arbitrum. Is that kind of what I'm seeing here? Is I see this virtual 3x. I'm assuming you're long on Phoenix and then short on I don't even know what exchange that is.
It's Pacific on Solana.
Okay. All right, Pacifica. I haven't used that one. Okay, and then again, for those that don't understand funding rate trades, I mean, essentially you're just getting the how it works is longs pay shorts, shorts pays longs, and there's a fee. Sometimes, people are long on net long on an exchange or net short on an exchange. And this just allows you to be not exposed to the market, but then skim that little basis points per hour kind of fee that they generate. Amen, if I was incorrect in anything there, can you just correct how I
No,
described that?
that's absolutely correct. So yeah, that's all it is.
Okay. Now you're showing this in a really cool interface. What is this orange line, and then what is the top Pacifica line?
Yeah, definitely. So can I give you a quick demo as well, so I can just
Would love
simply
that.
explain it product as yeah. Let me just share my screen.
Yeah, guys, and if you've been watching MCG for a while, there was like projects like ZDLT on Believe Days that was building funding radar strategies. But this, let me know if I'm good to bring it up. But this looks like it's kind of like a trading terminal to execute these trades, which is unique. So I'm actually keen to see this. All right, hit us, Amen.
Yeah, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is what the interface looks like. I'll just simply show you. So user just deposit USDC on Solana. So right now we just take USDC on Solana. So it's we are using turnkey, so it's self-custodial. User always have the access of the funds. So on the left side, you'll see all the different assets and different funding rates of each asset. So we have a backend engine running, which creates a best pair for the user.
Yo, that's cool.
So yeah, so what we do is like we have all the 6 months of data, and on the estimated of the data, we have some algorithms which we use to create the best pair. So we are not currently using the current APR, current funding rate. We are using the backtested data, and we are relying on algorithms to create this best pair. So for example, I'll just simply show you how it works. Let's say Jupiter is giving this if you long on Pacifica and short on Phoenix. So Jupiter is giving around 41% APR. Similarly, there are more pairs which that is Hyperliquid and Phoenix. So for example, if I click on Hyperliquid and Phoenix, you'll see this funding rate chart. So ideally, this shows that this is a data of past 10 days on the chart. So you'll see the Phoenix short has always been positive, and Hyperliquid long is always been giving negative. So that's why there's always an arbitrage opportunity, and you can keep your position open, and you can earn those APR from this just by opening the position. So you just have to one click open the position, and you can just start getting the yield. For example, I have this open position. I opened this yesterday, so it has generated me around $0.7. It's less because it's on $100 margin, but ideally this is how the product works. For example, I'll just simply show you. Let's say I open $100 position.
Wow, so you earned 70 cents on $100 on $85, really? In
I
one
mean,
day?
it's still going right. You'll just simply be earning more. As you can see in my drop down, Phoenix has generated around 0.86 and funding rates, but Hyperliquid is still and some negative. But eventually, it will just go on positive. I'll just simply show you, and I can actually
Yeah.
show the portfolio as well. So it has some few profits, which I can definitely show you. So you can just select leverage, enter the margin amount, and in just one simple click, you can open this position across multiple exchanges. So Hyperliquid and Phoenix, as we know, Hyperliquid is EVM and Phoenix is Solana. For some reason, the demo curse.
So it's okay. Live demos are tricky.
Yeah, actually,
And so
but
the more leverage you're using,
yeah, the
it's
more leverage, the more APR you'll generate. So ideally, the more leverage, the more APR will eventually be farming. So,
Yeah,
for
but are
example,
you more likely to like lose, or are you just picking that leverage amount on? Like, I'm just trying to understand how the leverage works in this
yeah.
system.
So how leverage work is ideally your liquidation price shrinks down. So that's how the it happens, because ideally it's a perp position, right? It's a perpetual position. So ideally you'll always be long and short, but it's always gonna be market neutral. So your price PNL will always be close to zero, and you'll always be earning by funding rates. But what leverage what leverage does is ideally you might get liquidate. So for that also, as well, we also have a mirror TPSL engine working. So it will close your position before getting liquidated, and it will open your position on a better asset. So we have a pretty solid automation feature coming up, which we are still building, where user will automatically we will automatically rebalance user's position and eventually open the position for the user. But
Wow.
yeah, the leverage, the point of the leverage is to ideally earn more APR. So for people who want to play safe, who are okay with less APR or less yield. For example, in the chart, if you see like a virtual is giving 48% APR, it's on 1x leverage, right? But if you take 3x leverage, and even though you make 30% APR, that will be around 90% APR because you're taking 3x leverage. So ideally, the more leverage you take, the risk will eventually go up, but the profit as well will increase. So that's how
Yes.
it
So
works.
delta neutral doesn't necessarily mean risk free. And all right, here, holy smokes, this is huge. Thank you, MCG. Crazy unlock here. Yes, Crypto Jones, but and I didn't make the product, but I do appreciate the shout out. So he has a question. Will positions automatically close if APR drops to a certain point? So two questions on this. You did mention some sort of risk management engine. I think that's really key because you're still like if 1010 happened, for instance, and all the prices just dropped out to zero, like the long side of these trades would go for sure. They would go to zero. But the
Yeah,
short side actually would make some money,
exactly.
I would assume. But
Exactly.
I mean, but the problem is if they bounce back right away and like super spike back and you didn't kind of capture that short side. I mean, so talk a bit about like how do you manage risk? Because being delta neutral doesn't necessarily mean it's totally risk free,
Yeah, absolutely.
or does it? Or does it?
No, it's not risk free. We actually give a user a very huge warning as well to like take less leverage. Ideally, because the more leverage you have, the more chance of getting liquidated. But we, as I mentioned, we already have a backend engine running where we don't let user liquidate. We close the position before getting liquidated. But yeah, if 10-10 happens, your one leg, your long or your short might get liquidated. But we also have this engine where it will quickly close the other position uh, on the other side. It can be long or it can be short. So ideally you will always be if that thing happens like 10-10, you will be losing some money, but you will not be losing all your money because it's going to be close to delta neutral. Because obviously like 10-10 is very specific event which
Yes,
happened once,
very
but it
specific
can
event.
also happen again. We are like we can't be assured that it won't happen again, but yeah, we are definitely prepared for it. And yeah, and about your next question, so for example, funding rate flips, one risk is there. Let's say this funding rate flips and user are getting loss from the position. So what we are building right now is we are building an automation layer behind this. So user will delegate the position to nuke, and we will eventually close that position and open the new position to a better performing asset or better performing pair. So user doesn't have to manually come and visit the app to just open and close the position or view the position and stuff like that. So those things are in pipeline, and we will be shipping them in like couple weeks. So we are actually testing it out internally, and we will be giving it out to users to test it out. So yeah, these are things which in pipeline. So this is also the portfolio page you can see. So we ran a strategy for 1 month on our Twitter page live. So we made around 54% yield, 54%
Wow.
APR, 54% APR. So that was around 4% net return on $1,000 margin. So eventually it was around 40 or $50 profit on $1,000. So we ran that strategy for 30 days live on our Twitter, and we kept sharing those strategies and profits every day to the users so that we can be transparent on how this yield works and stuff like that. So if you can see this, you can also see the virtual pair we opened yesterday. This is the best pair, but you can also see the alternate pairs, how much you'll be earning if you open those a position on those pairs and stuff like that. So yeah, we are building this whole ecosystem around how you can do delta neutral strategies. Funding rate is like the first wedge, you can say, of the product, but we will be getting more trading strategies on the product. Can be basis trading. We are also planning of delta neutral vaults where we'll have multiple strategies running inside the vault, and user will just get the API directly from the vault. So yeah, these are few stuff. We are live in beta, and we want users to come and help us scale this and give us feedbacks and give us more updates on how we can ship features, what features they want. And we are giving point boosters. So we will be launching our points soon. So we will be giving boosters to early users or early beta users. So that will also something which we are looking forward to.
Very cool. And we have like 2 minutes. Will you support stocks in the future? RWAs.
Stocks, yeah, definitely. We are actually in talks with Phoenix Exchange and Ondo Perps. So we are also in talks with RW assets and those assets where you user uh, don't want to take directional bet, but they can take delta neutral bets to get the exposure of the stocks and also to run those strategies alongside it.
Wow. As someone who built one of the first versions of these delta neutral kind of strategies, I am shocked at how far this has come. It's really nice to see. This is the first like good retail interface that's really explained this kind of pair-legged trade, building these types of trades. How many users do you have? Do you have any live users
Yeah,
now,
we
or
have
is
around 100 plus users who are actually giving us feedbacks and giving
feedback?
us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are working on it. We have around close to 170K in volume. So
Wow.
it's less, but yeah, we're just still trying to uh, onboard more users and try to work on the feedbacks of the users.
Crypto Jones, it sounds like you're listening like this is a radio show. I'm very excited about this. Can you run a quick demo? We already did the demo, so you have to go watch it back, Crypto Jones, and you'll see the demo. This is very interesting. I am actually really, really impressed by what you've shown us today. Amen, anything else you can leave us with here in the final minute?
Yeah, absolutely. We will just want all the users who are listening to try it out. It's app.newcrate.xyz. It will help us build new features and get more feedbacks. As I mentioned, we are giving point boosters, so you'll eventually be earning points from those exchanges as well because we have already partnered with them. So if you open the position, for example, Phoenix and Pacifica, so you'll all be earning the points of those exchange as well as the new points. So it will help you earning more points, and yeah, it will help us grow as well on the feedback. So yeah, that's all. Just use the product and give us feedbacks.
Very cool. All right, Amen, we'll leave it there. This was a great introduction, and this is a really cool retail friendly product. I'm very impressed.
Awesome, thank you, thanks for having me.
All right, cheers. Wow, guys, that actually was pretty lit. I'm not gonna lie. That's Nuke Trade there. Oopsies. That's Nuke Trade. So go follow Nuke Trade and go follow Amen. His background, again, you mentioned early in the show. Man, strategic partnerships. Good question to ask. I mean, what type of strategic partnerships? I mean, there's definitely other exchanges you can open and stuff like that, but I look, pair trading's just been tough because people run these strategies, but they really know they have to know what they're doing, right? And it's you have to manage, two different positions on two different exchanges. You have to understand how to use the API keys and trade on these and then have an engine to manage risk and all this kind of stuff. So really cool that he's kind of taken that learning from running these funding rate arb strategies in the past and then applying those to a more retail friendly tool like Nuke. So that's Nuke. Yeah, I was quite impressed. Let's see. MCG is going to follow some of these. We'll follow Tab. Let's follow Nuke here. Oh my goodness, so zoomed in I can't follow it. All right, Nuke. Give them a follow. We're gonna keep an eye on those. All right, nonetheless, we are on with Swish.cash. This is Stripe for private payments. You guys know that we're a MonkeDAO sponsored show, but really we've covered cred on their platform, which is done a really good job with payments. Almost they've hit $1 billion. So, there was a time when neobanks and payments and X402 were really hot. So we're going to speak to Swish Cash, get the full lowdown. Stripe for private payments. I like it. I mean, this has been something people have been trying to figure out. Man, look at that. Got the stealth bomber flying right near the surface of the water. That is wild. Shaq Crypto. Hey, how's it going? And guys, also a reminder, we're about 30 minutes, maybe 38 minutes from Chill taking over the stream, doing our normal Trader Radio. The early part of this from 12 to 2 has been just a product spotlight, really putting interesting products on Solana in front of you that you guys can try out and keep an eye on. Absence to abundance. I love this. A consumer layer for private payments on Solana. Solana already has credible privacy protocols. To pay with any of them, you had to learn how it works first. Ain't that the truth? So we're going to get the lowdown by Little Fat Frank. Quite the X handle. Frank, how we doing?
Hey, thanks for having me on. And I really love the intro, really love the build up. I'm doing well, and I'm watching the stream as well with other projects. It's going really great. And yeah, how's it going on your end?
Always a vibe, Frank. Always a vibe. So we definitely love featuring these. Yeah, quite the buildup. I mean, let's talk about the stealth bomber here. I don't know what that thing is doing, but that thing is flying straight at me at about 2 feet in the air.
This is a bit of a trivia, by the way. So, if you've seen the tail of the stealth bomber, it has this W at the end of it, and that is also the inspiration for the Swish logo. If you see right behind it,
Wow.
So I actually created the logo for Swish from the stealth bomber because the idea was that Swish is private and it is fast and you cannot track it. So there's no better representation than the stealth bomber B2 for the Swish logo.
All right. Well, hopefully the B2 is not flying over my head. That definitely is good. Here, let's get a quick intro to yourself, and then why don't you give us your thesis here on why you're building Swish Cash?
Yeah. So yeah, a little bit about me. I've been in crypto since 2021. I started at an exchange, then I went on to build a DeFi protocol. I worked at Polygon for a bit.
Yeah.
And then my first Solana project was D Street, where you could trade with your friends. Like it was social trading in its true sense. I did some contract work here and there. Currently I work as a dev at Oro, and I'm building Swish. Swish started as
where are you a developer? Oro, you mentioned?
Yeah, Oro Finance.
Oro Finance. Are they doing the gold thing on Solana?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we've had Oro on the show a few times. Okay, very cool.
So it started in January as a hackathon project, really, because there was a privacy hack in January, and I used privacy protocols, and there was a bit of friction. I had to manage my wallets. I had to manage multiple wallets. I had to unwrap, shield, unshield, send to someone, and then tell them how to exactly get that money out. So I was like, maybe we could build a Venmo style UX or a Cash App style UX around it, a proper payments app where you could build, where you could send money privately. So that's what I built, and the first provider that I used to build on top of was Privacy Cash. Fortunately, I was able to win that hackathon, and that's pretty much how Swish was born. After that, I uh, built a Seeker app as well with the initial version, and then I was talking to people about the app, getting their feedback, and that's when one of the developers from Archeum, Arihant, he told me I should add Umbra, and that's sort of when it clicked that I could add multiple privacy protocols so that it becomes like this router slash aggregator, and people can send money and Swish could choose the best protocol for their use case. So
Cool.
not only do you have to not think how the underlying protocol works, you don't have to think about how any protocol works. Just send the money privately, and it could help you even fill up your embedded wallet into any app. You could also, I don't want to say it, but quote unquote, wash your wallet as well, so that so that you can completely move to a new on-chain address.
Fair enough. These are good privacy hygiene things. Also, funny enough, we had Umbra on earlier this week. Big fan of Crew. We first covered them. We were the only stream that covered them at their ICO. $150 million raised. It was a crazy, incredible ICO. Shout out MonkeDAO who enabled that. So love the lore there. That's pretty cool. Okay, so is this a payment app or a payment network? Like what? And if you can screen share, are you able to screen share or demo anything?
Yeah. Uh, Before I screen share, I'll clear that it's a payments app because essentially the infra is the protocols, and Swish is just choosing the best protocol for you. And I could also run you through a quick demo.
Please, we'd love to see one.
Give me a bit.
Yeah, no worries. We can hear a little bit of wind in the background. I'm assuming you're outside or near outside.
1 second, let me see if I can change anything about that as well.
No worries. I'm just looking through some of your things, so keep going. Wow, MoneyGram Ramps is live on Solana. What? That's crazy. 60 million customers, nearly 500,000 retail locations, 170 countries. I've done a lot of payments on Solana because obviously I run a business, and it's been doing payments on Solana is amazing. As soon as I have to use my traditional financial system stuff, I'm like sending them, depending on where they are, it's an ACA, a Swift code, there's a transit number, there's a bank code, there's the account code, if you put the account name different than the entity, like they reject it, but they don't tell you that they rejected it. Guys, it is a nightmare to just receive payment from a client, for instance.
Yeah.
So, I don't send any payments because I don't have any money, but I definitely try to receive them. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Versus doing it with crypto, it's like just drop an address in, pasting an email and just click send. It's really easy.
I think my demo should be useful to you because what I've tried to achieve with Swish is that you don't even need an address.
All right. And should I pull it up?
Yeah.
All right. Show us how this works.
Awesome. So yeah, this is the home screen. I'm already logged in. Maybe I'll log out just to see. So this is pretty much how the home screen is. I've kept it as intuitive as possible, so that there's not a whole lot of things that the user has to think about.
And if you can zoom in just a touch, that would be amazing if possible.
Is this okay?
Yeah, a little better.
Okay. So yeah, I just connected my wallet to it. It gives you my wallet balance, Sol balance, and my address, and then logout option. So yeah, this is pretty simple because it's private payments, right? This is my profile. What the amount of these are my stats with the profile. I can deposit, withdraw directly into it.
Looks like a receipt from a store. That's really cool.
Yeah, and this is all my activity that I can track. So yeah, let's get to the real bit. So to send, all I have to do is just type the amount that I want to send, click on continue, and just I'll just grab a wallet address paste it
I
here.
also see X profile. You can send it to people's X account.
Yeah. So if you see this, I can just paste the wallet address, or if
Yeah.
not, I just type the X. Hold on, let me grab your X.
MYNT _ Josh.
M
I mean,
Y.
you don't MYNT. Yeah, _ Josh. I mean, you don't actually have to send me $20, but
But
if you want to, like, go for it.
hold on, let me see if there is anything in. Okay, it's all small case, right?
Yeah,
So,
it's lower. I don't think that really matters, but I don't know if
but just to be sure, just to be
yeah,
sure. So if
mint
I have to send you
Josh.
$20,
It's so
then
if you just want to peek, if you look at my video thing, I have my X handle on my video on StreamYard there. You can just kind of, peek at it, just double check it.
yeah, MYNT_Josh. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So what I can do, what I will do is I'll just press on proceed,
All
and
right.
oh wait, oh sorry, I have to log in with again. Wait.
All good. Live demos.
Live demo, right? Maybe I can try a wallet because maybe the API could be a problem.
No worries.
But
Use whatever wallet you
yeah,
want.
I'll also demo you a claim link as well. So I hope no one on the stream sort of uses this anyhow. But what I'll do is I will paste an address and it'll automatically select the provider to route it from.
Cool.
So this privacy cache, and then there are these other providers. So Umbra is disabled because the recipient address is not registered on Umbra. So it also detects that if you're
Wow.
not a registered address on the network, then you cannot send it through Umbra. So there are two options, right? There's privacy cache and there's magic block. Let's say for the anonymity set, I use privacy cache, and then all I have to do is click on proceed. It opens my wallet, and I confirm. So privacy cache could take a bit because that is essentially how the protocol works. But because of the anonymity set, I personally use that a lot. So I click on confirm, and I apologize if it's taking a bit,
No worries.
but
Man, I'm gonna use this. This actually looks quite compelling and very simple to
yeah.
use.
The idea is that when you see on chain, you will see that you've received money from a pool that is nowhere linked to the sender. So
Yeah.
you just received money from somewhere that. So this is what I personally do, right? When I need to send money to someone, I create a burner, and then deposit money into that burner and send that so that they don't see my real wallet. With this, you just simply send like how you send from your Soulfare wallet or your Phantom wallet, and you can still like they will not find out about what your wallet is. So yeah, I just sent $20 to someone with US through privacy cache, and that's it. It's done. Uh, to demonstrate something that is really cool, we already saw the X bit, right? But let's see the claim links. Oh wait, let's just try another $20 itself. Continue. So yeah, this is the claim.
We're
link.
just splashing cash around here. I like
Yeah.
it, Frank. You're a good guy to have on stream.
Yeah. So Josh, over here, I don't even need to add your address. Create a claim link.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, this is being routed via Magic Block, and that's it. This is it. I'll
Okay.
drop you
Link
this link.
copied.
Yeah, I'll drop you this link. I don't know where to send it to you. Maybe on the.
There's a private chat if you
Yeah.
want.
I'll send it on the private chat here.
Yeah. Crypto Jones says send me some of that. Yeah. Right.
So yeah, and if with the claim link, if you see it privately,
All
there's a
right, let's
pass.
see. Yeah. So does that populate all that information?
No, so you go to the claim link and you copy that passphrase and you paste it and you claim it.
Right. What I
So-
mean by that is there like a button that says copy this on the app, and then it pastes all that in there, like
Not
or do
right
you
now.
do it?
Not right now. Right now, you have to do it manually. Maybe this is a piece of friction we could remove from the app.
Okay. Should I actually go and do this?
Yeah,
here?
yeah, it's all right. This is user
All right.
acquisition cost.
Yeah, user acquisition cost. Yeah, right. That's so funny. All right, here we go. All right, so I had to just like log in, so let me do that. Okay, boom. All right, obviously all happening off stream. Okay, let's see. All right, claim. Boom, boom. Okay, Swish Cash. All right. Okay. All right, claim, and then I put the phrase in. We're doing this in real time, guys. Boom.
No worries, I'll reload the page. If it's actually claimed, it should show that it's settled.
All right, so I did get a little check mark on my end there.
Okay, let's
in the
see.
button.
Yeah, you see here on the screen, it's settled. You just claimed it.
And there it is. Yeah, I got the 20 USDC into my account. Wow, cool.
Awesome. Awesome. So yeah, this is pretty much it. If you go on chain and you try to track back, you might possibly not find my wallet. And if the anonymity set is low, maybe if the volume is low on the pool, maybe you might be able to find my wallet. Maybe.
Yeah, but that's still pretty good.
Yeah, that's still very good. So yeah, I'm actively trying. So the thing with privacy protocols is that they need distribution, right? They need the volume on their pools. So Swish aims to become that volume because of the activity that you can do with it. So in reality, I'm actually adding more to the pie instead of taking something from each protocol.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think this is the best implementation of sending money that I've seen. And I have no idea. I mean, I've been using crypto since 2015. And we've been talking about privacy for a long time. Why in Phantom can I not just toggle a button and it be anonymous, right? And I mean, obviously you want to be the provider that's doing that. I understand that, but man, this is Josh, you should be taking these opportunities to reward the viewers. Yeah, I mean, Crypto Jones, absolutely, I should be. So maybe I'll give $10 of my $20 away for those that stick around today on stream.
Do it via a claim link, Josh. Do it via a claim link. So anyone get the passphrase first, they can get that.
All right, here, let's see if I can do that.
You might need some Sol for the gas, and I would recommend that you choose Magic Block as a provider because it's low on fees and Privacy Cash.
Okay, so all right, I'm just let's go home. Let's say send. So let's say I send $10 of the 20, and all right, I'm gonna do. All right, Crypto Jones, you're my last. All right, Crypto Jones. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, reward the things. Yeah, absolutely, Crypto Jones. Let's see if I can get you, and let's see if I can do this in 1 minute because we got our next segment up very soon here. Okay. Let's see. Proceed. Oh, yeah. Okay, you on the try again thing. So I had disconnected my wallet, just keeping it only connected. And so you'll probably want to have like a reconnect wallet thing.
Okay.
I would think.
I'll note that.
Let's see. Yeah. So it doesn't sense that it's been redisconnected. But here, I'm going to try this again. Confirm.
Oh, maybe we can try to refresh once.
Yeah, so I'm going to do this. Okay, home. So I see my claim. All right, I'm giving 10 of my 20 to Crypto Jones because he was the last one, first one to answer. All right, Crypto Jones, you're Crypto Joan 10468, right? I'm assuming that's you.
Josh, maybe the Twitter API could be failing at this point. Maybe that's why it did not work for you as well when I was trying to send it to you.
Okay, because I don't have your. Yeah, it's not pulling it in. Crypto Jones, you gotta DM the show your wallet address, and if you do that right now, I'll send it to you. Okay, that's you.
Oh, you can even do a claim link. That should be all right. I think before you move to the next slot, I want to squeeze in one small update as well. If you see
Sure.
on my screen, there's this thing called the plug, and it says embed private payments. So I want to talk for a minute about that.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can. Yeah, my screen must have changed. So this is an SDK. Essentially, it's a widget that can be added to your embedded app, the web app. For now, I'm working on the React Native side. What happens is that when you integrate a privacy protocol, there's again you need to learn a lot, even as a dev, and there's a whole lot of things you need to implement in your code. What I try to do that is, because Swish abstracts all that away, this is essentially just one line of code that you add, and it renders this button. That's it. And you can change the label of this button. For example, just change it to plain deposit, and it works. You can choose the token, either Sol or USDC, and you can lock the wallet address, in this case the embedded address, and the USDC amount that the user can deposit. And what happens when you click on the button is that it opens this widget, and your wallet is connected, and you deposit what you want to deposit, add the address, and go ahead. This is essentially just one line of code, and you can accept private payments. You can accept funds privately into your embedded app. So, for example, imagine depositing to your Meteora pool, depositing to Tab Markets and Nuke, for example, privately, directly using the Swish plug.
Wow. Very cool. Frank, we got to leave it there. Crypto Jones, I sent you $10. All right. You got it through a claim link. Guys, I was able to figure it out on stream. I think my litmus test here for products is it easy enough to figure out on stream? Frank, we got to let you go there, but this was a really great demo. You have a really compelling product. It seems really easy to use and understand if I can do it on stream. And yeah, keep us in the loop with how this goes. I'm not even going to get into this question. This is maybe let's answer that on X in the replies when the clips come out. But thank you, Frank, for demoing today.
Thank you, Josh. Have a great one.
All right, see ya. Wow, that was cool. Yo, Crypto Jones, confirm you got that when you get that. Yeah, definitely think, man, all the products today have been quite compelling. I mean, the Delta Neutral thing was pretty great. This claim link payment thing, great way to send $10. Otis was really great, which is a wealth product. Tap.markets was interesting, but I want to see how MCG gets a slice of those signals that are generated. Let's make sure creators are getting credit for their signals. So I'm interested in that. Okay, with that, we're going to get back to the schedule here, guys. All right. Man, if you guys have been liking the demo day today, look, again, normal MCG is a trenching show. We have chill coming on at 2 p.m., 2:10 p.m. So, and we might be 2:15 just to make sure the Surf Cash guys got enough time. But if you want to see all the great calls we've made, AI on Robinhood ripped 2 mil to 5 or 10, and all the other calls Chill's made, Manlet, etc., just crushing it. Guys, crushing it. Dom, doing great. Cred, running it. I was calling that earlier in the week, the over-undervalued framework. That show will be at 2:15, let's say. But today, go watch this episode. These are all different types of products. They are incubated by MonkeDAO, who's a well-respected, aligned with Super Team, aligned with Solana. And so go check out these products because some of them are quite impressive. And I wanted to run this day because we love MonkeDAO, of course, Solana, we love Solana, but also just to put good products in front of you guys. So it's more than just trading. It's like, hey, Otis, for instance, slice off some of your profits, put it away, have it just earn stablecoin yield as an example, right? Put that nest egg away. Your entire financial stack could be run by some of these products, from neobanking to sending and receiving payments to delta neutral yield farming to building agentic trade signals to wealth management, etc. So yes, Yeah, the question's been lost in the sauce a little bit because some of these have been getting thank you. You're getting the best products to us. Thank you. Yeah, again, people we know and definitely trust. But yes, we're gonna get this question. It just kind of gets lost in the sauce sometimes. With that, Surf Cash, guys we've had on before, initially from Startup Fun. So we're gonna get the lowdown on just kind of how these guys have developed since. They had a pretty large wait list, looks like 1 million in cumulative payment volume. They were really positioned as a neobank for people who, what do you call these digital nomads? There we go. For people in Brazil and Vietnam, etc., who are visiting these countries and need to use payment infrastructure with that. Akshat, Chester, thank you guys for being patient. I know it's late your time, I believe. How you guys doing? Welcome back to MCG.
Amazing, doing amazing, and always a pleasure to be here at MCG.
Of course, of course. Congrats on hitting this $1 million milestone. You guys have had quite a ride. Maybe a quick intro of how Surf Cash was born, and then give us the lowdown on this 1 million milestone here.
Sure thing. So back in 2024, I was attending this Solana Startup Village by Super Team Vietnam, and that time crypto cards were just getting started, and I had to pay my rent. Plus, I realized my crypto card was useless. Like even any card was useless in there because my landlord did not accept cards. So I had to go to ATMs, and it was rent plus deposit, which was something like $600. And I had to do 3 ATM trips and lose like $25 net on fees. And I carried a backpack full of cash just to pay my rent. And yeah, that's how I thought, okay, that cards are cool, but can it also work here? And there was no answer. And here's the answer now. And $1 million have been moved through the cumulative payments volume.
Yeah, that's a great milestone. I used to be able to know how to make a little sound go as a celebratory thing, but we won't force that because I don't know how to do that right now. But yeah, really congratulations on that. You are in Brazil, Argentina, Peru, Philippines, Vietnam, Nigeria. What are the major geos that you guys are seeing traction in today?
So Vietnam currently accounts for like 54% of our total volume, and we are doubling down on Vietnam.
Got
55.
So,
it's 55 right now. I just checked.
So Vietnam's 55% is what you mentioned.
Yeah.
Awesome. Where like what is the kind of the use case in Vietnam that is seeing that traction? Is it very similar to your story where they need to pay for rent and daily things, and it's just like, in that country the local payment system is not great? I know in Brazil they have their own system. Like all these countries have their own kind of version of these payment systems. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like, think of it like sockets. For example, all of the regions have different type of sockets, right?
Yeah.
So it's same with the payment system. They have like different networks. For example, Solana is fragmented. Solana is different than Ethereum. You cannot just move funds without a bridge or something. So I think quite similar analogy.
Got it. Here. Bart's asking where the Discord link is. This is more for us. Chill will be on in about 10-ish minutes. You can ask Chill there. Okay, cool. Let's get into it. I mean, you have obviously payments, card. Is there anything else that you've expanded to in terms of your product offering, or are you sticking with just local payments in these countries?
So we recently launched loans. If you see maybe the media tab or something, or maybe highlights, we launched crypto native loans. For example, you cannot get credit based on your wallet history, because to my bank, I'm just invisible. But we enabled loans where the on-chain transaction history becomes your credit score. And you can get a loan based on that. Although it's quite small, like the maximum limit is $500, but I think in these markets and based on how much data we can get from the user.
So you got MoonPay deposits, local payment rails. I'm just looking, Surf staked.
This one is low.
Right here,
just below it.
down here. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, can you go over loans real quick again? Because this is pretty interesting for
Sure.
some people.
Can you open this link? It's over here. Yeah, exactly.
This one?
Yeah. So your Solana wallet history is your credit score now. And if you use Surfcash
The
for
internet's built to
Do you want to listen to it together? Let's listen to it.
people getting paid. The internet's built a new economy. Builders, creators, traders, people getting paid in ways that didn't exist 20 years ago. Living on-chain, earning in USDC, building real wealth, and the bank has no idea they exist. No salary slip, no credit history, no access. Your wallet has been keeping score this whole time. Every transaction, every payment, every client, all of it on-chain. That's your credit score now. Surfcash turns your on-chain history into real financial access. Crypto-native loans for internet-native people.
Oh, that's so you're using on-chain as kind of like a credit score. Is that correct?
Yep, I think that's the biggest, that's the most transparent history, most transparent way of transaction history. And no one was using that. Banks just ignore that. And that's a good way to get started. Yep.
Wow. Okay. Very cool. And so what kind of, not all history, if I'm just trading meme coins on Pump Fund or something like that, or no, we use Meteor on the show. So I should say on Meteor or MetaDAO. Let's go with MetaDAO. If I'm trading tokens on MetaDAO, does that qualify me for a loan? Or is it like, do I need to actually borrow money from a lending pool and then repay it back? Is there specific activity that qualifies for a higher score?
So it's a bunch of things. First is like your on-chain transaction history does qualify. And if you have some stuff, some amounts logged in DeFi vaults and all, for example, you use DeFi, Camino and all, and you regularly receive your salary or payments, or for example, you are paying rent every month, or there are some monthly payments or something, you get qualified for a larger limit.
Okay, very cool. I think like the traditional credit system, if I have a bad score, it means I can't, later in life do certain things that I want, like get a cell phone, etc. But on chain, again, if I don't pay it back, and then on chain, they're not going to really, when I'm getting a cell phone, they're going to be like, oh, show me your phantom history or whatever. So how do you enforce that even still in crypto? Is there a specific provider that does this, or is there any way to enforce it? Or are you kind of saying, hey, we're going to give out these microloans just based on this history and kind of see how it goes?
Yep, we have a provider and they work with debt collection agencies in these local markets. And for now
so your identity is still tied to this.
Yeah, and we are strictly limiting it to Surfcash users for now. But one thing maybe I did not mention, that we are going in middle of a revamp. Like we are building the app from ground up and believe me, that app is gonna raise the bar for fintech, not only crypto apps, but for general fintech as well. And we are also gonna be adding something like where you can just connect your wallet and you can get a limit based on that.
Got it. Crypto Jones asked, can we pull up the platform? Is there any way you guys can do, I don't think I've ever seen a live Surfcash demo. Maybe I have. But is there any way that you can screen share your phone or have a web version of it to show? Is that possible?
Or if video works?
Video works, sure. We can do.
So let me
we'll do it, whatever you want to share.
Yep, I'll just share it over here.
All right, I'll pull this up.
So it was me. He was trying to pay at a store with my crypto card, and the merchant just said, "No, we don't accept cards."
All right, here I'm gonna.
And I'm pointed at the QR code. And in the comments, let me show that.
Okay. All right, so that's a QR code there. So you said Apple Pay. Were you kind of baiting her there? You knew she couldn't pay in Apple Pay, right?
I was just trying that. I was just trying the coverage. I just shared the demo link as well.
Yeah. Okay. So anyways, that's a QR code. What country is this? Philippines? What country is this?
This is Vietnam.
Oh, Vietnam. Okay. And then this is local payment thing, and that there, when you scan that, that opens the Surf Cash app, and you can pay right away.
So you can just scan this with Surfcash app, and we have a web app as well. I just shared the link in the chat, and you can just scan the QR code, which locals already do every day, and you can just pay with that.
I know. Funny enough, in North America, we're so used to tap to pay.
Oh yeah.
This is the continued. All right, here's the second part of this. Let's see. I'm gonna speed her up a touch here. Was your coffee good? Vietnamese coffee's great, I hear.
Oh yeah, it's like got 80% more caffeine.
Yeah. All right, so you're signing transaction, verifying payment. It's kind of in that like fades off to the sides. That's cool.
Yeah, this speed is gonna get to like 3 to 5 seconds in the revamp.
Okay. Processing bank transfer.
And the sound is that she received the transfer. Yeah. And I can just translate it into Vietnamese as well. Yeah.
Okay, and then not to like zoom in on your stuff. So this here's the actual app interface. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is kind of like a receipt. Is this the Surfcash interface, or is this kind of like the payment network interface?
It's Surfcash interface totally. All the payment network things happen in the back end.
Got it. Okay, very cool. All right, you mentioned, let's see, this is a web app. Man, great product here. I mean, or great
it works
website.
Much better on mobile though.
Yeah, and with StreamYard, it always lags my RAM usage. Okay, yeah, so this is a mobile thing to do on mobile, guys. Okay, very cool. I mean, I guess you've been on the show a few times. I don't know if you want to anything last stuff on the product that you want to chat about.
Yep, I would say the long-term vision for me, it's simple that whenever you go in the world, the money should work, and we are just building towards that.
Yeah.
And the crazy part is that we are seeing real usage. People are paying rent, groceries, and daily expenses through Surfcash.
Nice. Yeah, you guys were a really impressive team when we had you guys on earlier. So it bridges crypto to QR payment providers. How do you achieve this?
Sure. We partner with licensed providers in each of these regions. And for some regions, we have multiple providers as well. So users get the best price and best speed.
Okay, cool. What fees do you guys take, if any, FX fees? And guys, if you're from Vietnam, Brazil, what other Philippines, what other countries, Nigeria, if you're in the chat and you're from one of these countries, you guys should go download Surfcash.
Yep, there are no forex charges as such, and the total fees is 0.5%.
Got it. Oh yeah, we partner with licensed providers. Good to have trust. And King mentions 50 bips, as we like to say, or 0.5%.
Yeah.
And is that comparable to what's already available in some of these markets?
Yeah, for example, if I just go with card, and I can take example of Thailand, where we are going to be like very, very soon. It's like fixed 220 Thai baht, which is something like, I think, yeah, there's some fixed fees and as well on ATM. So other workarounds are users use sketchy Telegram groups where you send crypto to some random guy with some random PFP, and you just hope for the best that guy pays for you, and that's how it happens. Otherwise, ATM trips, which I took, and losing like $20 on fees across 3 ATM trips, because the currency here is like 100K Vietnamese dong is somewhat like $3.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the old ATM trips and the hope it works. Cards take 2 to 5% oftentimes. If you're paying via card, the shopkeeper will say it will cost up to 7% extra. Yes, there's definitely a premium that merchants do put on top, because they're also charged for some of the stuff. So it's the crypto trader traveler's dream payment rails. Yes, Crypto Jones.
Yeah, we recently also launched eSIMs, where you can just land in a country, and even before landing, you can just buy a SIM card and activate it, and
Yeah.
boom, you are just live with data.
Awesome. I have to ask, like what happened to the Star.Fun, launch? Because you used to have the Surf token. Is that still part of the ecosystem today, and kind of, or is it not? And you're kind of moved on and doing your own thing.
Sure. The token was part of like an earlier experiment. We decided that long-term path was to focus our energy on building the core product and delivering value to the users. So right now we are focused on payments, adoption, and building the network.
Got it. And we have a question here from the MonkeDAO founders. What is the best way that they or Solana generally or the ecosystem can support you guys?
I see. I would say it's tapping into local communities because that's where the word of mouth travels.
Got it. Is there a referral system or some other kind of network effects that you have in SurfCash?
So for now, we have around 600 people have referred, and I think referral is quite a strong thing. So right now we give 10% of the fees the referrals bring, and yeah, around 600 people have referred to their contacts, and also I think it's where someone puts their word of mouth. And we're going to be launching Surf Score, where you can, based on your activity, you can get lower fees, higher referral rewards, and even fast track approval for loans.
Fast track approval for loans, and there is Surf Points. So that answers this question, Crypto Jones. Cool. I know you guys have been working at it. You guys have been really trying to kind of gain some momentum on this thing. I think the first part of all of this is always really difficult. Shout out to the Surf token. I know the token system is not always the best, but hey, it's helped you guys bootstrap some of that initial attention and got you on a lot of radars. So can never discount that. Any other things that you want to end this chat with?
I would say that keep an eye on the revamp. We are going to be adding early access to selected users, and it's going to be raising the bar for the fintech.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Akshad and King. Appreciate both of you guys for joining the show.
Cheers, Josh.
Yep.
Always good to be here.
Always good to chat. Yep. All right, guys. That is SurfCash. Yeah, an OG Star.Fun launch. Tough. I think those tokens, they just get on a bonding curve and just, in a way they get like just bundled, and just it's impossible to build network effects because the traders do trader things with them. But those guys have been building. I have no context into how they ended that relationship with their token specifically, so I'm not going to really comment there. But because we've had them on the show and we've covered it in the past, I felt an obligation to get the ask and the take. Oh, look at this. Okay. Manlet's in control. Is that the case, or how's Manlet doing? Oh, it is up. All right. Oh, wow. It's Manlet. Guys, man. What did I tell you guys about Manlet earlier in the show? Go back and watch it. Unfortunately, it's a good crypto project that never needed a token. I mean, I agree, Crypto Jones. I think the token played a role in more of their fundraising to get bootstrapped and kind of get that initial traction. So I hope those holders were like in some ways made whole, if even at all possible. All right. I laid out the thesis on the show earlier in the stream. I can't even replay it because I'm on here live still, but I'm clipping that for sure. And I published this thesis, guys. I said, Manlet. I sold my AI and I said Manlet. And let's go look here. So here's the MCG site. If you've liked, MCG X. if you guys liked what we've shared today, again, retweet the stream. Go share. These are great products, high quality founders, a good team curating it. And so we really thank them. But first, actually, we need to thank MonkeDAO. Again, the only reason I'm streaming right now and can bring these ideas to market is because MonkeDAO supports us. So shout out MonkeDAO. We really appreciate it. Go trade MonkeDAO tokens, MonkeDAO.fi and Futard.io. Go check them out. $45 million raised. You guys also get ownership via Futarki governance of the treasury, the IP, the revenues, and the technology that those teams are building. You also get to make decisions over those businesses in a kind of curated way. And again, we had 540 live, 550 live. So go ahead, retweet the stream. Go make sure you share this. Is my personal X? No, it's still the show X. But guys, Mint Josh, here are the three hosts. 1/3 Chill, 1/3 Josh, 1/3 Dom. Again, we've been streaming for over a year now, been grinding 600 interviews. We're one of the largest, if not the largest daily live crypto show. So go give us a follow. But if you go to Mint Josh, right here, AI, 2.5 million. Shout out to my guy Chili, put this on my radar right here on the dip. I missed the initial move. Initially, we had 300K in the Discord, but 2.5 mil, traded it up to 10. I sold that, took profits on that. This 3 hours ago, I said right here, Manlet, guys, Manlet. I said Ansem might talk about this. Ansem might buy a little bit. The thesis here, let's see, is my tweet even got only 648 views. My goodness. Basically, the thesis here is that Ansem is a big token, 200 million market cap. There's a lot of traders that won't even touch a 200 million market cap token. And so they're missing a lot of those kind of meme coin flows. There are traders that won't even touch a $3 million market cap token. Nonetheless, Manla is a lower cap. However, the trading activity and the LP pair means that it drives one of the top holders for, no motion, chill, Dom. Gotta, come on. Drives, because it's paired in the LP as the quote token, drives demand for it when people buy it. So let's see. I'm either tweaking or tripping out that Manlet is ripping, or this is actually ripping. Let me check. Oh yeah. Boom. Look at that, guys. What am I saying here, guys? Look at that. Great Mint Josh call. Great Mint Josh call. Wow, it hit 8 mil. Man, I wish I was paying closer attention, but I was on here giving out the alpha. Must have been a tweet. I mean, sometimes you see these like just straight up candles, and I think they just run it up so fast that people can't really get an entry, and then they just distribute it. So that's kind of what's happened. Those 4 or 5 candles. Let's go do a little DD here, boys. Pepe, thanks for retweeting the stream. Appreciate you. See that retweet. Didn't come up in the chat, but do appreciate that. Let's go see. Manlet. Actually, sorry, I gotta go to, and I'm gonna bring Chill up here in a minute, guys. But gonna just cover this a little bit. Let's go see why this is running. All right, what is going on? KOL collectible just bought 5K Manlet at 6 mil. I already covered this, guys. Oh, here we go. Oh, yo, that's funny. I like Discord. I can talk here and people can't harass me. It's lit. Yeah, well, people screenshot and put it on X and then harass you, bro. No, I'm kidding. Seems like people like the idea. Yeah, of course people like the idea. Again, go time for Manlet. Man, no one is 600 views on my tweet. Let's see. Shadow Contra. All right. Anywho, that seems to be the kind of one to run, I think. Full thesis. I'm going to clip that up and shoot it to you guys. Pretty happy about that. I got a sizable, decent position in around the 3 to 4 million area. I am big on fire. I did the same, sold AI at around 8 mil. Yo, congrats, Pepe. Actually, Pepe, I love that you were in with us at 2-ish mil. I do, and you mentioned having max conviction. So, I hope you did well on that. And yeah, I'm changing my desk height. I'm not even gonna lie. That's how we do it. I'm big on fire. Did the same, sold AI. Let's see, which I got into a 2 mil and rotated into fire. It's dip buying season, guys. Normally I would say dip buying. Will you be DLMing in Delta? In Delta. Delta specifically that token, Dom. I am not DLMing this right now, but maybe I will. There wasn't enough. I looked at DLMing Manlit, but just wasn't enough volume really to make it on Delta. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I didn't watch that Delta interview, but I will check it out. I think is it for Solana or is it for Uni, like on Robinhood? I think you guys had a group yesterday saying I'm bringing Chill up in a second here. I think you guys had a group on saying that they were going to do bins on Uniswap pools or their AMM. Oh no, it was Stonkbrokers guy was talking about that with Up. Is that they have bins. That's very much a Meteor thing. I have my guy Chill here. So Cebrus, where's Chill today? Well, he's right here, Cebrus.
I'm right here, baby. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's been an awesome day so far. Good job on the MonkeDAO ecosystem
Thanks,
spotlight, bro. Enjoyed it. And I gotta say, Dom, it is a little bit better watching on YouTube, not gonna lie. So nice little viewing experience over there. So I see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, no, Delta. I actually want to get into some DLMs.
Yeah. Are you in Manlet by chance? I know you. The lore with Manlet and MCG is synonymous. Chill. We got to run it back really quick because I covered this earlier today. But here, let's go look at the clip. I don't know what time this was, but this is Chill and I hanging out here. I mean, there's the full thesis in there. We'll go into it, but it must have been around 3 p.m. Chill when this happened. And he literally messaged on his Discord at 3:30. So it was 3:15 or something.
He watches MCG, bro. Come on, guys. Like he literally we got off stream and I pulled up. I'm like, all right, cool. Like we're talking and you're like, bro, have you seen Manlit? I'm like, no. You're like, it's at 4 or 5 mil market cap. And I'm like, what the heck? I didn't, lo and behold, he puts out this message in Discord, but it's literally right after we talked about it on stream, like within 20 minutes. So I don't know, man. Ansem Lord goes deep. So
there you go. It pays to be on stream. This is 500K. I mean, yeah, positive.
I mean, I was literally I remember Josh, we were talking about this on stream and I was like, yo, this is one of my top 3 memes on the platform, period. I think it'll do well. I mean, it's a tailwind for the Ansem token. Anything that helps Ansem will support, like that just makes sense to me. So was an obvious bet, but didn't expect it to do that in like 5 minutes here. But here I am sacrificing my own entry so you guys can get yours. So
we had no entry. I'm like, yo, I'll have time. I have time. Yeah, it turns out that was not the case. I had no time. And this guy would run it up. Cebrus got into crypto 3 months ago. Welcome. Started only with trenching. Now I also discovered your streams and enjoy it. I mean, this is the best stream to be on. No doubt. There's a lot of streams. There's a lot of people that don't know what they're doing. And but here you get all the alpha. So welcome.
Cebrus, how did the stream just give me some feedback. Why do you enjoy the stream? How does it help you? I would love to get, a little bit of just background on you. I mean, I think you're the first person in chat and probably the first person in a long time that has just come into crypto and like that I've seen. Like, you hear these stories all the time during the bull run, people coming into the space, but at the base of a bear market, you know, in early, you can even say late bear, early bull, you know, people are actually starting to come back. That's actually a really good sign. We're attracting people into the space. So you literally came in at the Pico Schmico bottom, bro. You couldn't have timed it better. Couldn't have timed it better.
I just want to let you know Bart is in the chat because you won't be able to see the previous chat history to when you're joining. Is Bart getting a link in the Discord? What's the Discord link situation? Gotta ask.
I haven't. So here's the thing, guys. We got to see you in the chat all the time. It can't just be like one day. It's like, hey guys, I'm in the chat today, and then I never see you again. Have you seen Bart in the chat before? Dom, you're watching.
I
You
have
seen Bart in the chat before?
I have seen him. I'm just trying to understand the threshold. Like, are we talking, fairly daily in the chat kind of thing?
Just supporting the okay, Bart pops in here and there. All right, Bart. Okay.
I think we gotta let one. We gotta let one in.
We gotta let that one in. I think we gotta slide. We gotta slide Bart the link, man.
All
we
right,
might get
Bart.
a DM from MCG Live.
Yeah, make sure you DM MCG Live so that we know who you are. And G Money. What about G Money? G Money.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. G Money, you deserve a link. You deserve a link today because at the end of the day, you've been in. I've seen G Money several times. But I'm glad you guys have seen Bart though. I'm glad you guys have seen Bart. Appreciate you coming up, rolling up to the stream and enjoying it with us, man.
G Money, I think you also, you traded too off I think Manlet. G Money, let us know if you hit on that. I thought I saw a screenshot or something.
It was something.
I thought I saw a clip or something, but let us know if you did well on that. If you're also not in there, G Money is what's the threshold for G Money? Are we?
Nah, let him in. Let G Money. G Money is I've seen him on stream like for the last, I would say maybe like couple weeks. But he's been asking like some really great questions in chat. Like when me and I know on a few streams with Dom, me and G Money have gone back and forth. So yeah, no, huge member of the community. And that's what we love to see, guys. Like it's for me, it's on like a case by case, but there's no like particular threshold, like, 5 comments in the chat and you'll get in. Like just be here, vibe with us. We'll recognize you. Between myself, Josh, Dom, we'll recognize who you are and get you in there. Yeah, caught the manlet pop after stream.
Nice.
That
I love
we'd love
that.
to see it. We'd love
and
to see it.
I like having, I'd rather have like 100 really tight, good group of people on these versus like 1,000 people that I just don't even know their faces or anything. So
By the way, we've been talking about VCs in Discord. So give me a little second to get myself in order. But on my streaming days that I'm off, I'll likely do run a VC in the Discord. So, we trench together. So here's probably what I'm thinking is I start a VC like sometime in the morning, pre-stream on my stream off day. Just start pre-stream and then end at the start of the actual MCG stream here live. And then maybe if you guys want to pop in after, maybe we can pop in after, or maybe we start after the stream, but that's what I'm thinking.
I think that's great, Chill, because I don't want to cannibalize the live, but I do like the idea of you having an opportunity to kind of like just do live DD with people and then bring that to the show when you're on stream. Like that to me seems really interesting. So yeah, that's cool. Sebra said, "God in the Cupsy trenching style from some TikTok LARP guy." Yeah, we don't advocate for TikTok LARP guys, so let him know that MCG exists. Lost like $600 on this, got deeper into CT, and now I'm trying to figure out which is a good style to trade these meme coins. First off, you got to recognize that there's no meme coin trading. There's not really a style. It's, it's more of just like I don't know. How do you answer this, Chill?
Got deeper into CT Twitter, and now I'm trying to figure out which is a good style to trade these meme coins. Okay. Basically trading in general, like, because it's not going to be just meme coins, right? Like, it's going to be we're going to trade like the DeFi experiments. We might even start trading some NFTs. We'll talk a little bit about that. We caught a 50x in the Discord on an NFT call out for the Cash Cat NFTs. Crazy call, 50x in like a couple of days. But either way, I mean, there's not one particular style, like there's not a one size fits all approach. Every ecosystem is different. Solana trenches are more for, like, in my opinion, this is what I'm thinking. Solana trenching, perhaps even BNB trenching, at least right now for the time being, could be for wealth creation, right? Like you turn 0 to 1 there in the trenches. And then on Robinhood, I don't consider Robinhood new pairs as being as hot as something like a Solana new pairs would be. But you can multiply wealth on Robinhood. So you go from 0 to 1 in the trenches in Solana somewhere if you're looking for like quicker cash. And then when you make like a nice sum, you take that over to Robinhood, you multiply based on, different plays, whether it's DeFi or RWA memes or whatever, or just other regular meme coins. And then you roll that into long-term investments, right? You find a play that you really like, and then you run with it. So yeah, I mean, there's not one style that fits all, but like everyone's style is different. Some people, it depends on where you're starting and where you're going. Like what's your goals right now? Like, are you coming into the space and you're like, yo, bro, I got $50 and I just want to try to run it up? Okay, well, you're gonna have to be a little bit more risk on to run that $50 up in a shorter period of time. But if you're coming with, $500, $1,000, couple $1,000, maybe you start like swing trading. Because that's really all it is. There's day trading, there's swing trading, and then there's long-term investing. Day trading is kind of the trenches style. Swing trading is kind of what you'll see on Robinhood with some of these slower moving ones. I mean, not to say slower moving, but instead of like popping in a couple of hours, maybe they pop in a couple of days or a week or two. We've seen that happen. But yeah,
more
not one
swing trading.
Yeah, not one style fits all, but if you're looking at a balance of still having tons of upside, but also lowering your risk, it will be like outside of the new pair trenches. Like trading new pairs is a quick way to lose money if you don't know what you're doing. Actually, like, if you're starting with a low portfolio on Solana, I mean, I would even recommend a prop firm if you're new and you need to like get reps in, right? Like let's say, for example, you're playing basketball. Like, it's all about reps, right? Getting your shots up, doing drills, making sure you're putting yourself in that moment over and over and over and over again. No different than playing a game, right? Like, to be good at the game, you need reps. You do the same thing over and over and over again. So when it comes to trading, it's very similar. You need your reps in. But the problem is a lot of people either paper trade, where you don't really have like the emotional side. It's paper trading. Like, you're not going to feel the rush of like, oh man, am I going to lose money or make money? Like, you need to feel the emotional swing as well. And so that's why I've been like trying out like prop firms and stuff, on the leverage side, but I'm also testing out like an on-chain prop firm as well. But it just helps you to get more reps in with less exposure of your own money. So imagine you're able to buy a $10,000 account and with like less than $200, and now you get $10,000 worth of reps where you can like, you can try quick flipping, you can try swing trading, you can try all these different ways of looking at markets to figure out exactly what fits your style and your goals. And then once you figure that out and you're profitable enough, you can then now transition into trading your own money, right? So I think there is like a value there.
Cebras, what I actually recommend, from my point of view, is actually trying to LP, because this is really great where you can provide liquidity to the underlying projects. And LPing has a bit of a different mindset because oftentimes you know, if I come in here and say I want to add 2 SOL of liquidity here, it gives me a range that's below the current price. So oftentimes you're setting your SOL side liquidity and you're betting against meme coins. You're betting that the price will actually come down into your range, which oftentimes it does. And so this is a good way to like build up a port, because some of these, you know, especially when you get these volume spikes in new pairs, you can earn like APRs of 1, 2, 300% in a 24-hour period. And of course, you still have risk involved. It's not risk free, but because you're earning that additional fee in the trading activity, this is a good way to build a small portfolio. And there's a really great resource. So I recommend LPing. Obviously, Meteor is a sponsor of our show, so shout out them. If you're going to try this, go to meteor.ag-ref-mcg, sign up an account, stake a little bit of MET to set that up, and then go join the LP Army. They have a really great Discord. You can see it on the tape at the bottom. It's LP Army Discord, so it's discord.gg-LP Army. There, they'll teach you everything you need to about LPing. And there's a lot of people from other parts of the world that are using 1 to 5 SOL, and they're just building their accounts up. And you get to learn a lot about trading, but through earning the fees of providing liquidity. So I actually think this is a much more approachable way for really novice traders, and also a great way for size traders to enter and exit positions.
So, yeah. Yeah, man. So it's on you, bro. It's on you. You know, keep showing up to the streams, keep asking us questions. We're happy to help. You know, eventually you show up, you know, enough, we'll get you in the Discord. We can help you kind of, you know, get your trading experience up. But it's all about time in the market, man. Like one strategy isn't going to guarantee you profits. It's not going to guarantee you returns. It's not going to, you know, just because you ape this thing at this point on the chart because of lines that you drew doesn't mean it's going to go up. Like it all depends on, again, what's your goals? How much are you starting with? Where would you like to end up? Oh, nice.
Oh,
nice.
awesome. Yeah, we
Crime
love
is
Crime.
a friend of the show, man. Crime is a friend of the show. That's awesome. Yeah, I saw Crime. I think he's starting to stream on Twitter now, and he's doing like streaming during the day. Like he used to do streams like a lot at night. So I'm glad that like I'm awesome. Awesome. I'm glad that you're like discovering him. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for Crime, bro. He's doing well, and happy for you that you found him, Seabrus.
That's awesome. All right, Chill. You want to run it?
GG's,
I'll
brother.
hop here, and yeah, my voice is getting tired, so I'm excited to listen to the Trent show here. Let's see, run up Manlet, of course. I want to see 50 mil on this thing. You know,
Got you.
We'll see.
Got you. Got you. Let's see. I mean, it probably could head there, man. Yeah, it probably could head there, man. I mean, again, you know, it's helping Ansem. Anything that helps Ansem is likely to gain some traction.
One thing maybe before I leave real quick that I just want to see and keep an eye on is if you, let's see Ansem, actually, let's see the response of the actual Ansem token on this.
It's been creeping up. It's been creeping up. No crazy.
This is the thing is, like, look at this. So this would be something that I'm sure he's keeping an eye on, right? So you see this Ansem spike here. So let's say that's 120. So this, again, where I came up with this initial thesis, I'm like, all right, let me bet. Let me go check what happens when Manlet spikes. So
I'm actually in Ansem, by the way.
120.
Full disclosure.
I'm not in Ansem. I'm only in Manlet, but this is at 120. And then let's go. Man, I don't even want to see you guys to see the tokens I've been searching. So let's go Manlet. And let's see then this at 120. So this spiked 120. So we're seeing that spikes in Manlet are driving attention, you know, volume, let's say, for the Ansem token. Because if you understand how the SOL routes work, is SOL, they buy with SOL, and they go buy Ansem as the first hop, and then go buy Manlet as the second hop with Ansem, but it's deposited into the LP. It's deposited in the liquidity pool, and it sits there. And so this is the big thesis. Ansem, I think, is watching this. He's seeing, whoa, if Manlet pumps, then Ansem pumps, or vice versa. You know, it's driving demand. And I think that's where you might see, hey, let's see if Manlet, we can get that up from 5 to 50. You know, we get that trader cohort of liquidity that trades those 5 to 50 type meme coins. And then they might say, well, this is what I mentioned earlier. What if like Solana or one of the other ones was paired with Manlet, right? And then you have this kind of like, you know, Solana pumps, which buys more Manlet, which then buys more Ansem. And I don't even know if that's even possible, but it sounded crazy. So yeah. There's some tokens in there that are pretty, you know, we don't anyways. All right, I'll hop off, Chill. I don't know what you think about that, but I'll hop off.
Nah, yeah, no, I'm bullish. I'm bullish. I'm bullish, man. Should perform well. Actually, real quick, let's take a look at Ansem as well. I know you just kind of looked at it, but just from a macro perspective, give a second for my charts to load up here. There we go. So there's a ton of support, you know, below, let's call it 170. I'm in at 170 because I realized that, you know, basically this was the golden pocket on the pullback. So I'm like, it doesn't really seem like it wants to go lower on the higher 12-hour time.
I had to jump back in. I don't listen to Dom. I heard the Dom the fib FUD, and I don't buy it.
My God.
Keep doing your thing. That was cinema yesterday, I'm not gonna lie.
No, that was funny. Edge is edge, man. Everyone's edge is different, you know. Everyone does something different. They use different tools and stuff like that. But you know, at the same time, like Dom isn't like me and Dom trade different things anyway. You know what I mean? But yeah, yeah, that's that. But no, it's all credit to the boy. All credit to the boy. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out something here real quick, guys. There we go. All right. I guess we'll just do it like that for now. But here, yeah, Ansem looks good. You know, there's the support there at 170, and we formed this kind of this channel between 170 and 220. So I'm expecting this to break out. Like literally, it's very simple. Like, I mean, I know I got like boxes and fibs and stuff, but really it's the charts going up. It's now going, and it was then going down. Now it's going sideways, and the longer the consolidation, the more powerful the breakout, right? So hearing rumors of some VC or something like that. GG's, Josh. GG's. Yeah, yeah, I mean, hearing some rumors of like VCs potentially bidding Ansem. Not really sure if it's true or not. But there's again, I mean, Ansem, he's really good at holding attention, maintaining that over a long time period. He's made a lot off of the token, and I'm sure
actually
that he can,
on that
he can do a lot as well.
I saw a stream Dudas did this morning. He actually was talking about it. And I'm wondering if his firm, he was very bullish Ansem. Like he was just talking about it. So maybe he's part of that VC 6-man ventures or whatever is part of that VC mix. And they're seeing this attention, reputation, him as a person as maybe something investable. I don't know, but just wanted to add that if you hadn't seen it.
No, I didn't see that. Appreciate the context too, because that's, I mean, it's really important to see that, that he's bullish. So yeah, again, ton of tailwinds for Ansem, which would include Ansem himself. On top of that, you have this nice chart. I mean, charts only go three ways, right? Up, down, or sideways. We went up, down. Now we're going sideways. I mean, could we go down from here? Obviously, there's a chance, there's a probability of that. But I mean, looking at all the tailwinds that we have, looking at all the interest in the Ansem token, I really don't see a world where this goes down, at least not from here. So yeah, really bullish there on the Ansem token. Real quick, before we talk about Robinhood, I'm just gonna just go through some charts here on the Sol Eco side since we're already here and talking about it. Um, seeing some nice pops. Seeing some nice pops. I've actually been trenching a little bit on Solana. I'm not gonna lie, and I actually really like the yeah, already RT'd Josh, by the way. But really nice action across the board on pump fund, some of these pump fund tokens over the last couple of days. There's like Mario 64, that one popped. This GTA token launched today, and I didn't really get I made a little bit off of it, but like I kind of got out because it looked like these candles here, like I don't like that. That means like a very small group of people are selling a ton on the market. And right after a launch means, either someone sniped, someone bundled. So I was waiting for some of those bundles to kind of sell off. But yeah, I mean, not bad. Apparently this token, like GTA themselves. So this token is basically a team has incorporated this GTA token in in a GTA server. And basically because GTA 6 is coming out and that will also include cryptocurrency, they actually, apparently, according to them, they spoke with the GTA team, and the GTA team has not allowed them to use this token in their server. So not really sure what the mechanics are, stuff like that, but just something that I was paying attention to. So I'll probably watch to see how that goes. Oh, nice. I was actually in this one. We were talking about this one in the Discord earlier. We saw this like rounded bottom here, and I think when you throw a fib on it, it's at a nice little spot. Yeah, bounced off the 0.786 on the fib. Nice little retracement. I think I got in by the time I saw it, it was like 500K, somewhere around here, somewhere around this level. So I got in. Shoot, man, I'm just vibing on chain, to be honest with you. I'm just vibing on chain at this point. Like nothing too crazy, not trying to like um not trying to get too fancy with things, but just trying stuff out. Um Pepe, I've been getting into these tokens with size. AI was my first big win. Thoughts and any advice getting into size? I don't clip. I just take profit partially on the pumps. Yeah, I mean, look, when you're getting in with size, I try to get to a risk-free bag as possible, as soon as possible, because I think about buckets, right? Like, a size play is one bucket, and as soon as you double that bucket and you take your initial out, you can now create a bucket somewhere else. So, when I get into something with size, I try to get risk-free as soon as I can. Usually that means getting, that initial 2x is where you get risk free. Now you can use that capital elsewhere while the other half of that bag, continues to cook for you. So great way to multiply your portfolio. Um, if you're prioritizing getting to that risk-free bag as soon as possible. Chill ETF basket live on Spectrum. I do have one basket live. I was trying to create another basket yesterday, a V4 basket, like a Uniswap V4 basket. However, I found out that the baskets themselves can't hold Uniswap V4 tokens in them because of the way the liquidity pool is set up and stuff like that. It's like lower liquidity, and it's just on the back end. There's some things. So I'm actually gonna be like taking a look and trying to come up with because here's what I want for the basket. I want for there to be some good return on the basket. So just like a lot of my calls on stream and stuff like that, they tend to do well. I want to have a good history of baskets doing well. And so I want to combine them with, with assets that can go up quickly, but also like with assets that have, minimal downside. So, I have created one basket so far, which I think is actually at a nice spot here. But let me show you guys. But it doesn't really have much like assets under management right now, but it basically has Wallet, Woof, Tendies, and Frong. Um, all of which haven't really like done much over the past week, so it hasn't generated a ton of returns just yet. But I'm going to continue to experiment with other different types of baskets, like not just like these. The first one was like lore tokens. I think I'll start to make some around like memes, RWA. Maybe I'll make a Ponzico basket. It just depends. I'm still thinking of what I think I have my next basket down though. So I might create my next one here pretty soon. But you guys will see it when it goes live. How do entries with baskets work? Is the plan to close them when you think they're cooked? Okay, so here's the idea around a basket. First off, just have an idea of what the underlying tokens are in the basket. On the Spectrum platform, you should, as a creator, you should be writing the thesis behind the basket. So for me, I'll also be writing content around my basket. So I'll tell you why I've put this in the basket. I'll tell you about why it's weighted that way. And I'll give you the full breakdown in a post. And I'll just kind of like, I'll put that together, and that should help you kind of understand the thesis behind the tokens in the basket. And for you personally, there's two things that you can do as a buyer of the basket. You can wait for me to rebalance the basket, right? Like maybe assets have moved. So, and maybe something's run and we're still waiting on other things to run. So maybe we lower the weight on one and kind of reshuffle the basket. So you can either wait for me to reshuffle the basket, or if something is truly cooked, I can always remix the basket and swap out the asset for something different, or like I mentioned earlier, reweight it based on how things are moving. Or two, you can buy and sell the basket on your own. So if you feel like, hey, like I think this asset has gone, most of these assets have gone up, then all right, cool. Time to sell the whole basket. And then maybe you wait for either another basket or, you use that capital however you want. But yeah, I mean, baskets, they start off like around $1 or something like that, I believe. And from there, it just kind of goes up. The more returns the assets underneath generate, and you'll see the total returns from the start of the basket. And if you get in, closer to that ground floor, then you're able to, see some upside on that basket. So look out for some content around that. I'm going to be making several different baskets because the baskets, they span across base, ETH, and Robinhood. Soon we'll also have multi-chain baskets like we talked about with Colby yesterday. So I'm excited to get on that, but not gonna lie, like I'm kind of right now burning the candle at both ends, as they say. I've been doing some stuff like IRL, but then like also just been like trying to like be as active as possible on the crypto side, because obviously we have like a ton of things happening right now. So like content is kind of one of the things that are suffering, because it's content. I can always get out a piece of content at some point, but like I want to be like actively trading with you guys in the Discord, stuff like that. All right, so that was the Solana eco. Let's go through Robinhood, and maybe I do this, boys. Maybe I do this real quick. I saw you guys made some recommendations in the Discord as far as like stuff that we should highlight on stream. I even saw a few things when I came on stream, just a couple things that that people wanted us to talk about. So maybe I hit those first. Maybe I hit those first and then we go from there. My guy Amp Consistent alpha on the daily. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, man. You already know how we do it here at MCG. Glad you guys are getting the value out of all of this. I heard earlier somebody said, here we go. He's Pepe said, I'm big on fire. I did the same. Oh yeah, I'm big on fire. Kind of did the rotation. So let's because fire showed up in the Discord as well. So, and I didn't really get a chance to like deep dive on fire yesterday during the stream. So maybe we like just go through fire, go through the website, go through fire, go through the website, see if we can like, start just live DDing this on stream, and we just go through the full list, because in the Discord, when I asked you guys to tag me on stuff that you wanted me to cover, I got fire. Somebody DM me some stuff on Telegram. A couple people talked about the stonk eco. Some people wanted me to look at AI. Since we have it right here, before we get to fire, man, let's have a look at this, huh? AI. I told you guys, man, looking phenomenal, poised for all-time highs. And from what I understand, this is not just this isn't just exposure for like AI and to Nvidia. This is also like exposure to like another basket of like AI TradFi assets. So I like what they're doing there with the vault. Crypto Jones, you're right. Thanks to Meteor and MetaDAO for sponsoring MCG and bringing us the best alpha. Show them some love. Absolutely. Shout out our sponsors at MetaDAO and Meteora. They're really the ones bringing this platform to life. Meteora did so kind of earlier on in a big way to really help the show. MetaDAO here is a recent sponsor of ours, so go check them out. $45 million raised on their platform. We even talked about the credible thesis yesterday on stream. If you want to catch that, go check out at MCG Live on Twitter, and you'll see some of the clips that came out about around credible. It kind of being I guess TLDR is it's the Stripe of on chain. It's Stripe on chain, essentially, with some like insane metric and volume and revenue numbers. So definitely check out MetaDAO. I've said it once, I've said it many times. It's the best crypto native solution to the value problem, the token value problem that we have. So I think they'll end up doing really well. I mean, it's the whole ecosystem is pretty much undervalued. I think if you have like a 12-month time horizon, I think buying here and just forgetting for a while is probably the move, especially if you're just kind of buying Meta, the MetaDAO main token Meta. I think that'll also cook as well. But again, kind of longer time horizon. It's taking the smooth brain degens a little bit to really catch up to what's going on. All right, cool. So that's AI. We talked about that. Man, dude, did you guys see Brody? Bro, I told y'all, and I understand Dom doesn't like TA and stuff like that, but Dom, if you're here, I understand what you mean, but I showed this to you guys on Monday. I called it out right here. I called it out right here at 850K or something like that. It was a little higher. Yeah, about right here, like 850K. It was already bouncing off the bottom, had a nice little head and shoulders, and it just completed this this multi-week accumulation, and it was primed to leave that. And here we are. I don't know how much X's that is from here. Dang, wow, that's almost a 5x. So hopefully you guys I don't know if you guys oh my gosh. Dude, I don't know if you guys are really, dude, we cook. We know ball on this stream, bro. Come on, we know ball. But that's the head and shoulders that played out for you guys from our call out on Monday. Looking at the rest of the charts here, Cash Cat looks really good. Still looks a little weird. You know, like this right here just looks a little weird. Like it's just like straight up. It's just straight up. I don't know. A price action looks a little crazy, especially when you got this huge sell off here as well. I don't know. Maybe we still have another shot down here at 100 mil. Not sure if it just like sends it straight up. But if you were to ask me, I think we just come down here before going up. I think that would be the move for Cash Cat. And it doesn't have to do that right away, but I think ultimately I'm going to keep this drawn here. I'm going to keep this drawn here, and I think that's exactly what could happen. But let's see. That's Cash Cat. Let's look at oh yeah, Fire. Let's look at Fire. Dude, Fire has actually been looking fire. Like, no, seriously, Fire has actually looked really well. We talked about this, I believe, on Monday as well. But basically, just Fire has this nice, sort of accumulation that has gone on for a few weeks. Remember, this was launched back in July, late July, and it had this nice accumulation period. And then it finally broke above. You see that orange? There? Let me do one thing real quick, guys. Let me do one thing because I want to be able to see the chat while I'm on my screen here. So let's switch. Let me switch my screen real quick. Let me switch that real quick. All right, boom. Here we go. Now I can see the chat while I'm charting. All right, cool. Thanks for the great show and reviews. Took a position in net based on your research at 2.5 mil market cap. Let's freaking go, boys. Let's go. We'll take a look at net as well. It's on my next Robinhood tab. But yeah, let's talk about Fire real quick. Shout out Pepe. I know you really love Fire. So let's talk about that real quick here. I might even have to audit my Cash Cat call, by the way. Maybe we reject off of all-time highs. But either way, I still think at some point we might revisit this level here. It's only been tested and retested like once. I think this could be a potential range on Cash Cat. I don't think it goes down immediately from here, but maybe from, maybe we slide higher before coming lower again. So maybe that's what we do on Cash Cat. That's the official thesis there on Cash Cat. Okay, now I promise we can move to Fire. So here's Fire. So again, launched back in July 18th. So, this is like, within the first couple of weeks of the launch of Robinhood. We kind of, went through some, going through the motions, and then we formed this range down here. And since then, we've now again broke above the range, tested the top, retested it even over here as well. So we've retested the range, but now it kind of looks like it wants to break away. It looks like it wants to break away here. So I'm gonna go on their website real quick. Let's just do a full deep dive on Fire right now. Let's do a full deep dive on Fire. So here is the website. Get paid in stocks, but you have to earn it. I think it's a very retail friendly narrative. I mean, you have like, you have retail coming in wanting to see what's so interesting, and then they find out that they can just buy something, hold it, and they'll just get paid in stocks. Okay, bet. Like, love that. So I think it is very retail friendly. We'll see the traction on it. Wallets received their first tokenized stocks through Fire, a couple thousand, almost 3,000. All-time paid to holders is about 21,000. So let's take a look real quick. Trading fees by real stock tokens, they land straight in your wallet. You don't have to claim them or anything. You also get a time multiplier. So every day you hold, you get more, and it looks like it maxes out at a 90-day hold period. So if you hold for 90 days, you basically have like the highest tier, or the highest weight on your distribution. So you get bigger rewards. Money can't buy a streak. A bigger bag earns more stock, but only time raises your tier. Whales wait like everyone else. Every paper hand funds yours. Exit fees fill the pool. The pool buys tokenized stocks in daily batches during U.S. market hours. 90-day reaching your full tier. Options expire on Friday, so does your excuse for selling. One eligible holder wins the whole pot. The streak is the ticket, and the bag sets your odds. Okay, so it looks like there's a pot that holders can get, and the longer you wait, the more chance you have at like getting that pot. The holder base has already been tested. The bigger the bag, the longer they held. They migrated here with their streak intact. Every project can claim diamond hands. Ours has the on-chain proof. Wow. Okay, this is actually pretty interesting. Top 100 wallets held the bottom, over 54%, 92% drawdown, 92% held through the drawdown, 100% streaks migrated by snapshot. Wow, that's actually pretty impressive to have like 100% migration and to have that many holders just holding the token. I mean, that's a liquid supply, right? So a lot of that a liquid supply off the market. So very interesting. Somebody tag Saunders or something. GG's my boy. Let me see here. 4.5 million people already run this playbook by hand. They budget, buy index funds, and wait decades to get paid. Same thesis, no automation. Fire pays the dividend in tokenized stock. Okay, so we pretty much get the idea here. We pretty much get the idea here. Just waiting for some volume to come into Fire, because once it does, I think it could do really well, actually. Again, we've already tested the top of the range twice, and we look pretty much ready to take off from here. Oh, nice. Pepe, been holding for 48 hours and received my GME stock on Robinhood. Nice. Nice. Just literally hold and you get paid. Not a better thing to have there. Another call out on this round of charts. Woof. This is the SHIB deployer. We've talked about this several times before, so I'm not going to go too much into it. But basically, someone connected to the SHIB deployer launched this token. Seems like the OG SHIB community is also kind of like getting behind this one. And it also seems that whoever deployed it, it's actually a meaningful deploy. It's not just like, a random deploy or anything like that. Seems like this one is pretty credible, and looks like it's breaking out of this little downtrend that we have here. So, excuse me. So yeah, breaking out of the downtrend. This actually might not be too bad. And if you go to Spectrum, if you go to Spectrum's website, if you go to spectrumindexes.xyz, you go to their swap function, you can actually buy my basket that includes Woof in it. It includes Woof, Frong, Wallet, and Tendies. These are lore tokens. Tendies has a deep, WSB lore. Obviously, Wolf has on-chain lore. Frong, same thing, on-chain lore with the Uniswap launchpad. Same thing with Wallet connected to the Robinhood team. So I think that actually, though, this lore tokens basket could cook. But that's my first one. That's my first one there on Spectrum. That first basket, and this Wolf is in it. Okay, I think that's it for the first. Man, dude, man. Brody looks solid, man. Brody looks solid. Let's throw a fib on. Let's see where this can pull back to. Yeah, maybe a sub 2 mil would be good on this one. Maybe sub 2 mil would be good on this one. But man, if you're not already in, that is. But man, what a call. What a call. All right, let's go to our next bucket here. I've been noticing something that's happened. No way. Oh my God, dude, I fumbled. Oh, chat, I fumbled. Oh my goodness. I was noticing that hood rat has been accumulating under this. And like, I traded it in. And I was like, I just didn't wait for the thesis to play out, man. Oh my God, my execution. Like, here's my thing. Like, I have really good asset selection, but like my execution is just, it messes with me because you don't have enough capital to spread across all your plays. And while you're in one play, it's like, other things are popping off. So you kind of like fight with yourself to not rotate and to just like chill on the bag. And man, dude, like, this, man, and this wasn't on the timeline. Like I didn't share it anywhere. I just noticed that this has been popping. And someone has been accumulating this bottom. I mean, look at this. Obviously Hood Rat had the I believe Matt Fury. It's like a Matt Fury meme. We called it out down here before it went about 10x almost to 9 mil market cap. This is when Matt Fury then said, hey, like he's not supporting the token or something like that. Some sort of Matt Fury FUD. I think he's doing some shady stuff. I don't really know. But ever since it dumped, instead of the token like dying into oblivion, someone has been accumulating this. And then over the last couple of days, I noticed that it was like popping up and we just popped above the top of the range. We retested it and like, bam, like, look at that. It went all the way to freaking 4.2K mil market cap. Man, poor execution on my side on this trade. Poor execution. Dang it. Poor execution on this. Had I just waited a little bit, I could have had that. But that's fine. More plays to come. Let's see. Somebody went into net on our call on Monday at 2.5. Basically on Monday, I basically said, this would be a really great place to retest here at like 1.5 mil on net. But I said, this is only 2 mil market cap right here. Like at the end of the day, we also mentioned that it was circulating at the time 545K market cap with like a crazy like 3,000% APR or something like that. So that's why I said, I mean, like, yes, you technically can you like, go according to what the charts are showing you and, surgically get in and out. Yes, you could play it that way. Or you can say, hey, like, 2.5 mil FDV and 550K circulating is really cheap. I think it goes higher. Your thesis could literally be that simple. You don't absolutely need to like use these charts or anything like that. Like this is just like, an added layer of perspective for a trader like myself. For me, like TA just kind of helps me to like guard against my emotions, just instead of saying, oh man, like I feel like I should buy here, sometimes I just like visually looking at the chart and seeing like what the chart is about to do or how the chart is positioning just kind of helps me to make a better decision. So magic lines help me just like PE ratios help other people. But man, net is looking good from what we discussed on Monday. It's some of the top holders of certain the top holders of certain tokenized stocks, such as SpaceX and a few others. It's like top 5, top 6 as well. So this one is actually really good here on net. Really, really good asset overall. And yeah, like I said, that 2 mil. Boy, I'm just oh man, I can't believe, man. I can't believe that I faded myself is really what I did. I faded myself. I didn't believe in my own thesis that I formed on my own, and this could have been a massive, massive play. But all good, all good. Real quick, let's go to OpenSea real quick, and I want to check something. Because the Hood Rat NFTs were like $50 on yeah, it looks like the Hood Rat NFTs they're up 100% off the floor, but they're only they were, oh wow, okay, so they were $55 earlier when I checked like earlier today. But it looks like they're $75 now. So I don't know. Maybe this could be like a catch-up play here. They just launched this NFT collection. Their token is pumping. So it seems like NFTs are back. So could be a way of just like, a catch-up play on some of this stuff. Because from what I understand, like, dude, the prices are going nutty. Like, let's check out Cash Cat NFTs real quick before we go to the next thing. Let's go to Cash Cat collection. These were 0.005. Like these were like, dude, these are like $5, $10, something like that. Now up 50x off the floor. We called this out in the Discord a little bit ago. Let's go to analytics here, and this is the floor price from a few days ago. Floor price on average, and this was looking at the 7-day. Let's look at 30-day real quick. Yeah, so floor price, bro, average price, back, let's look at the start of August. $17. $17 at the beginning, at the end of July. 1st of August, we're talking $37. Now floor price is $500. $37 into $500. Crazy work, man. Crazy work. I actually might have to. Anybody like trading any NFTs, by the way? Like, are you guys also getting into the NFT game? Chill, what's your feelings on the latest NFT run? I like what Cards is doing that feels next gen, but we're seeing some 2021 style NFTs popping up again as well. Look, at the end of the day, guys, like, I'm going to keep it simple. As long as the price is going up, no one is really asking any questions. When prices are going up, no one is asking about ownership, about ace rounds, or about, what do I get with the token? As long as the token price is going up, everyone is typically happy. And so in a similar sense, applying that type of logic to NFTs, if NFTs are running, no one is going to ask like, what am I getting out of this NFT? Why buy it? Why hold it? Whatever. Like, it feels like 2021 type of vibes on chain. And as long as prices and opportunities continue to present themselves, then I think people will just continue to buy these NFTs. I think we're in a very early stage with NFTs, and that's why I was looking at the Hood Rat NFTs, because these things are still the Hood Rat NFTs are still sub $100. And if Cash Cat is any indication of what these things can do, yeah, like we see here, floor price $75. Some of these are already selling for well over $100. So, we could be seeing a nice low wave of NFT volume come back. real quick before we get to the rest of it, the rest of everything, I do want to see if we can like track down some alpha on the NFT side. See if we can track down some alpha on the NFT side. I think the alpha is hood rats, if I'm being honest with you. Wow. An individual stonk NFT is what to let's go to Robinhood chain. I think they said the thinking cat, the HMM ticker HMM that went from sub a mil to 20 mil. I think that one is coming out with an NFT collection at some point in the future. I'm not sure when, but it's one to kind of wait on, right? It's one to wait on and to see what happens when it comes out or see when it launches. Keep an eye on it, because again, like if the tokens are going up, then and an NFT collection is launched, then I think the NFT collection should also still do pretty well. Yo, Crypto, what it do? What it do? Good to see you, bro. Thanks for joining up to another stream. Yeah, Half Max minted Slonks pre-launch. Check the Chill House NFTs and Soul Rocks. I feel like Chill House is just like embedded in like the culture. Not even gonna lie. Nah, Chill House doesn't have any NFTs from, well, at least not on OpenSea anyway. At least not on OpenSea. Dude, this is such a major, guys, man. I'm so mad at myself. This is such a major fumble on my part. This hood rat. I'm really kind of getting frustrated at my execution last couple of days, just because like I feel like there's so many things running, and I'm like I'm over trading a little bit, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating, but we're gonna lock in. We're gonna get right. We're gonna believe in ourselves. We're gonna have conviction first, because I'm starting to do some more journaling. Having a P&L calendar is probably one of the most positive EV things excuse me, that you can do for your trading. Yeah, it's probably the most positive EV thing you can do for your trading, because you get to look back on the days that you didn't do well and kind of identify, why didn't I do well here? And for me, it was, bro, all you had to do is just hold you got the chart set up, you got the thesis, yeah, man, and it just, you faded yourself. Anywho, couple other charts for us to pay attention to. Marian, first meme coin on Robinhood, so probably one worth paying attention to here. This is also kind of giving me like the same vibes as like Juggernaut, for example. I'm seeing a lot of these OG coins start to, because that's been that was a reason why I was like also kind of like looking at Hoodrat as well. I'm seeing a lot of the OG tokens get some sort of attention and momentum behind them. Marian is one of them. You're seeing it's breaking out here. We saw Hoodrat. I think when is also another one that will likely do pretty well. Still sitting in like deep value here. But obviously it's coming back, and with one of the with the follow of the main account, or the follow of the founder of the meme, I think that's also pretty bullish. But let's look at Juggernaut though, to kind of round out the thesis here. As you can see, same thing. We've had this this sort of like accumulation down here, kind of continue to trend upward, right? And maybe I zoom in on that accumulation zone, but we go minus, what is that, like 80-90% or whatever. If we throw a fib on there, it'll be deep value probably. Man, it's even beyond deep value, but you kind of get the point. Huge correction after the first kind of wave for Robinhood Chain. Then you have this accumulation for like 3 weeks, and now it's popping up and it's flagging. So I'm expecting a bit of a huge move here on Juggernaut. I really think we probably go for all-time highs. This is, by the way, Vlad's favorite meme. So I think at some point we get a follow and interaction or something like that. I'm actually getting an idea for a basket. Okay, but that's there's that. That's Juggernaut. We talked about Marian. We saw Hood Rat. Tendies is Tendies is still kind of just meandering around. I'm assuming we probably go for sub 9 mil at some point. I think that's I think that would be a nice zone to pay attention to. This area right here. I'll mark it out right now. Just deep value. Just nice little deep value area. I mean, it does have this like support zone right here at 8. So maybe we interact with that at some point. It hasn't fully retested it just yet. But we'll see exactly how it's coming along. Appreciate you guys, by the way. Stop fading yourself, chill. Yeah, I gotta stop fading myself. Don't be hard on yourself. There's always the next one. You bless so many of us. Absolutely. There's gonna be tons of opportunity ahead, man. This is like just the beginning of the bull run. I honestly think that the rest of the year should be fairly good. I mean, we spent 10 months doing absolutely nothing on chain. And now, with the with Robinhood Chain launching, I think we have a lot of opportunity ahead of us. We just got to make sure we get the execution right. We're really good at asset selection. We just got to like narrow in on the execution side to really start I want to get into a flow state, bro. Ideally, this is what I'd like to do. Get into a flow state on chain. Once I get into that flow state, activate my FOMO account and basically start trading on FOMO, establish a presence there, or some sort of social app. I do want to do a social app at some point. And then I'll also start to, do things like continue to make baskets. Like there's a lot that I want to do. So I'm just hoping that there's, not hoping, but I'm saying there'll be a lot of opportunity to do many, many things over the course of the next 6 months. Have this playing on one of my computers, just overhearing you in the background. So many opportunities that were early on. People need to believe again and stack the highest sustainable bags. Absolutely. AKA Prism. Bruh, that is crazy. That is crazy. What? Hold on. Let's look at this. Let's look at the collection. We literally just reviewed this collection not even a few seconds ago. Dude. Dude, look at the Hood Rat NFT almost doubled since we covered it. That is crazy town. Dude, I'm just laughing at this point, man. Y'all get so much alpha on this stream. It's not even funny. Like I just have to laugh. Like, even though like, I missed the Hood Rat, like my execution on that wasn't the greatest and whatnot. And I'm like, all right, cool. Like, let's keep going. Here's the next opportunity if you missed it. And here it is. It's like doubling already. It's so crazy, man. So crazy to see this stuff happen in real time. All right. What else we got? Let's see what else we got. So we got we talked about Marian. Talked about Marian. Nasdaq, also hearing a lot about Nasdaq as well. Also hearing a lot about NASDAQ as well. Nice little range here. Hasn't really consolidated for like a long time. It's one of those recent launches, but hearing there's some guy behind this, I forget exactly. I forget exactly what, but there's some big guy that's involved in NASDAQ that like came out and supported it or something like that. I saw the tweet somewhere. Didn't end up saving it for you guys so I can bring it out on stream. Unipix motion. Nah, man, Unipix got way more motion than I do, bro. Like that dude is like he has way more motion than I do. I can tell you that for sure. I don't hold a candle to him, but I appreciate the comparison. I was really generous, really high praise from you. Cerberus index. Yeah, let's take a look. I think index is on my next tab here. So let's go to the next tab. So the next NFTs to drop per Calio. What? Unipix? Wait. Oh. You weren't saying that was my motion, or you weren't comparing my motion to his. You were saying that Unipix bought the Hood Rat NFTs. That's why they got it. Does he watch MCG then? Like, there's probably so many people watching MCG and just lurking. All right, so let's see here. So this token, yeah, 1.8. Oh, he bought the token, not the NFTs. He bought the token, but yeah, MCG Alpha. That's crazy. Man, HMM, another chill miss here. Man, uncharacteristic of me lately. But again, like my execution, just a lot of IRL stuff, kind of like splitting my focus here. So causing me to miss. But you saw me chart this out. I charted this out down here, kind of really liking the setup. But for some reason, again, it just got lost in like the sea of so many tokens that were coming out, and then it went on a nice little run. So with HMM, this guy Calio is the one pushing HMM heavily, and he is basically talking to the CTO of this token, and there will be an NFT collection at some point, but there is not an NFT collection so far. So there will be an NFT collection, and I think that one should do exceptionally well. Hopefully, it doesn't come at like the peak euphoria of NFTs on Robinhood. Maybe it comes out in the next like next maybe week or two, and so we get a chance to scoop some of those at the lows. Cerberus, you wanted me to look at index. Here's index here. I've had this drawn out on index for a while. Here's the thing. I really do love the tokens that Vlad followed, but tokens like index, I think and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I could be wrong on this, but I think this is based on volume. Volume into the token leads to, buy of like a buy of stocks, and like, so you get paid out in stocks for holding the token basically. I just wonder, like, the sustainability volume wise, on some of these tokens, like they have to like maintain that volume. I think a follow by Vlad really helped that, but I wonder what that next catalyst is for index to really get that volume. Either way, sitting in a nice little zone here. Sitting in a nice little deep value territory here for index. So there we have it. I don't know what the latest is. Cerberus, have you seen the latest on index? Maybe I pull that up. Maybe we run through, see if there's anything else. See if there's any other alpha that we can tap into. All right, let's see. Index. Let's check out the timeline. Let's check out the timeline and see what's up. Actually, I think I got the hiccups, man. My bad if I'm pausing at like these awkward times, but I think I got the hiccups. All right, so this is the index profile page. Let me see if there's anything recently that trade real world assets, earn points, double the reason to download Robinhood wallet is almost here. Okay. That's actually pretty bullish though, that Robinhood wallet is. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, Robinhood wallet is almost here. Is that bullish for wallet token? Is that bullish for wallet the token? Let me hold on. Just in case, I want to show you guys something just in case. So remember, there is a token that is connected to the Robinhood team called Wallet that was launched the day after Vlad said a robust chain needs a robust wallet. This was launched a day after, right? And so the question now becomes, if we know that there's literally a very direct link to the team, can we potentially see this product that they're talking about here? Could this be connected to the wallet token? I don't know. I don't know. But I think it's worth keeping an eye on. See, look at that. A robust chain needs a robust wallet. Shout out my boy. Literally the first thing that I thought about. Wow. Robinhood wallet. See, a lot of other people are having the similar thoughts as me on this one. So yeah, I wonder what wallet you say. Yeah, I wonder if this has any connection to the token. Something I plan to keep an eye on very closely, but wanted to point that out since because I'm literally just seeing this myself. 3 days ago, we launched indices. Since then, over 54,000 in RWAs have been distributed to 9,400. Man, that's not a lot. That's a lot of holders and a little to each holder, no? Like 54,000 to, let's just call it 10,000 holders. So, we can do the math on that. Like, they're not getting that much, but they're getting something. So I think that's good. But that's some of the questions that I have for Index. Where's Index going? The next phase of on-chain stocks. Let's see if we can get a TLDR on this grok. Getting users onto Robinhood via memes like Cash Cat is step one. The index has distributed 1.1 million in tokenized stocks to holders. Now that's really nice. That is a much better metric right there. Robinhood built the chain for programmable, portable, always available RWA assets that users can earn passively and put to work. On RWA.WTF via Lighter, tokenized stocks become collateral for trading equities, Forex, and beyond without selling holdings. The index turns into infrastructure others build on, compounding real stocks into more wallets as the ecosystem grows. That's actually pretty nice. RWA.WTF. You can use your stocks as collateral to trade it with leverage. It's actually pretty nice. You essentially you get the assets for free, and then you get to either smoke them or turn them into generational wealth on the leverage side. All right. They're building relationships with Robinhood eco players like Rialto, Pons, Uniswap, Lighter, Robinhood and Robinhood themselves. That's really nice. Let's go back to the summary real quick. The index turns infrastructure others build on. Okay. I wanted to see like what's the TLDR next, what comes next for them. I think I really like this though. I guess RWA.WTF is the next major thing for index from what I'm understanding. Becoming infrastructure others build on. Okay. So this is a long one to read through. Yeah. But I like the direction that Index is going. Just going off of a few things, not having to read into the article too much. They're building a relationship with all the top players in the Robinhood ecosystem. On top of that, they're also building within the sector that that Vlad is paying attention to. Vlad has followed him. And they're also like building a relationship with Lighter, which we also know has a deep relationship and background lore with Robinhood. So I like what I'm seeing with Index. I really do. And I think that it likely does really well from here. Yeah, I think it does really well from here. So that is the that is the breakdown of Index. Looking good, deep value territory here on the chart. Just waiting for it. Honestly, if we were to just like draw two lines to represent where we are with Index, this would be it. Just in a range, kind of consolidating for a couple of weeks. All right. Looks like the first AI agent on Robinhood is also like starting to wake up a little bit. Nice little double bottom here, basically. Formed a nice double bottom. Oh, jeez. Nice little double bottom here. So we could end up seeing this like start to aggressively could start to see that aggressively reprice. Again, we're seeing a lot of OG tokens start to aggressively make their way higher. So let's now look at long.xyz. Let's look at the entire ecosystem. Obviously, AI is doing really well. Hallows, you're sitting on a fat bag of wallet. Hope that on-chain lore is true. Same here. But it's all on chain. Like that's the thing. That's why I could have like genuine conviction in something like that. It's very similar to Tibber in that there's no tangible anything, but all the on-chain stuff, you can't fake that, right? Like it has a direct connection. So yeah, same here. I hope it sends too. Just looking at, I mean, the long.xyz ecosystem, they don't really have many tokens there. I'm seeing Clippy get a lot of like accumulation. I was noticing like the last couple of days, like this price action right here was forming on Clippy. People started picking it up. And then this morning, you know, kind of 2x off this bottom here. So I think on a pullback, I might get involved somewhere, something like that. I might get involved on a pullback. And that's a part of the execution as well. I'm trying to not buy, like, don't chase a green candle. Don't buy a green candle. It's harder, easier said than done. Harder to do, but yeah, looking good there. Mr. Nice, have you looked at Lalooney? Let's check out Lalooney. Let's see what this is exactly. Oh, this is the Uniswap meme, I believe. This is some meme. Some meme for a top company on Robinhood chain. I forget if it was, I thought it was Uniswap, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Yeah, Lalooney originated from Uniswap's Error 404 page, where you see a little unicorn sitting on a flying carpet. So looks like Lalooney is also coming out with NFTs as well. Wow. So let me take a look at the chart one more time. Again, another OG chart that could end up doing really well. Mr. Nice, if you're in the Discord, can you send this link in the Discord? Because I can't click on links from the comments like from StreamYard. It's like it's not allowing me. But yeah, I think that's what I'm seeing on Lalooney. I think that's really nice. What I do want to see is Uniswap's relevance. Ever since they launched trade.pools, they've gone really quiet. Haven't really seen much people willing to speculate on what's going on around Uniswap or their platform. Um, so yeah, Luluni there. What else we got? What else we got? ETH season. Let's take a look at Prism. See how Prism and the gang, see how they're doing. Prism went absolutely nutty after our stream yesterday. My God, what a move. Pulling back now. I mean, obviously, you know, you're gonna have buyers and sellers, right? People get in, they'll get out, they'll flip and whatnot. Prism is headed much higher, much higher. And I genuinely view this as a cycle play, like like you guys, again, you're gonna see me you're gonna see me bag work this, but I really like Prism. V4, not much happening on V4 since we first mentioned it. Basically in the same spot as we talked about on Monday. Yeah, V4 is looking good though. Broke out of the range and now retesting the top of the range there. So should be good to let it fly. Should be good to let it fly. IMD also coming back as well. Yeah, you're not lying, Mr. Nice. Rotation back to mainnet. Low key, like that's probably what we're looking at. Very nostalgic though. Every cycle, like we see like an ETH mainnet, like on-chain season that kind of like gets everything started. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing right now. We're seeing that you know, people are coming back and they have interest in mainnet again, right? So awesome. Anything else you guys want me to take a look at? I'm trying to figure out what trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Wow. Just looked at something that I aped pre-stream and saw that I got absolutely schmacked. That's crazy. Sherwood. Yeah, I liked let me take a look at Sherwood here real quick. Just become a NILF. Bro, give me the thesis on that. I don't really know exactly like what's the overarching thesis for that Hallows. Is it a meme? Is it a DeFi protocol? Exactly what is it? Mr. Nice, yes, Sherwood is actually like a sleeper. You know, we've seen that basically memes have caught a nice stride. Memes, lore on-chain lore tokens, like they've caught a really nice stride here. And so um I'm wondering if if the pendulum now swings from meme coins back to utility coins, right? Because you know, we've kind of seen that, right? Like, you know, every so often the pendulum swings back and forth. One day it's all about, you know, meme coins, another day it's all about something else. And I think, you know, a lot of memes have run. Memes probably continue to run as well. Uh, Link is another good one. This is like the first meme on Pawns. This one is like freaking just solid, bro. Just a nice, very good, very strong price action. If you aren't in this one and you'd like to get in, I'd get it on like a retest somewhere. I can see us retesting this. Um, but that's solid there. What else do we have? I think that's really it for all of our tokens, all the tokens that we want to discuss. Maybe we hit stonk fun. Let's go to the stonk fun ecosystem real quick. Hold on. Squire and Claw got some positive momentum. I think we get a 5x easily from here. Yeah, let's we'll check that out. We'll check that out. I see. All right, hold on, y'all. I got too much happening here. I got too much going on here. Let's do that. Let's close that out. There we go. All right. I see what happened. Hoodrat NFTs were swept by Dev with a flywheel they have. All royalties are used to buy back Hoodrat NFTs. Nice little NFT DeFi flywheel type of thing going on. Stock ecosystem actually looking very, very nice. We have Manlet at 5 mil. That's kind of recovered a little bit. Gave you guys the full thesis on that on Monday. Expecting that to continue to do well. What else we got here? GTA 6. So this one, we talked about the other day as well. But this was kind of like an up only chart, and I kind of didn't want to buy it, but it's just since then continued to just like trend up only. So GTA 6 looking good. Clanker. I know Cryptic was super bullish on Clanker with the the robotics craze. Dang, that wick is nuts. Holy moly. That wick is nuts. Okay, Mr. Nice. Yeah, I made a nice thread on it, pinned. Haha, yes, right now, and definitely about meme coins, but it's good to position when eyes are away and the devs are building. Absolutely. Like to your point, like I was saying, I think the pendulum could swing back in the other direction, right? Like I think we can really have a nice little utility season as well. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. What else do we have? Bow. What's the bow thesis? Let's take a look, see if we can run through some here. Bow Longbow Legend flywheel is exactly how protocol tokens should be designed. Borrows pay interest, protocol earns fees. These fees are split into treasury, USDG vault, buybacks and burns, stakers. More borrowing equal more revenue equal more buybacks, deeper liquidity, stronger staking rewards, and a stronger protocol. The credit layer. Okay, let's go to their page. Lend USDG, borrow, and leverage against stocks, RWAs, and memes. Powered by Morpho, the open credit network. Oh shoot, I haven't even been showing this. I thought I was showing this to you guys. But yeah, I was looking at Bo from AMP. AMP wanted us to look into this. Not too bad of a thesis here, actually. And the token is going freaking nuts. Holy crap. Look at this, man. Token is going crazy. Wow, started pumping within the last 30 minutes too. So basically like an Aave on Robinhood chain is kind of how I'm classifying this for now. It's a borrow lending facility where you can borrow and lend against pretty much anything on chain, RWAs, memes. And as you can see, ever since, wow, we've actually like, where did I see Bo before? I saw this somewhere, but I didn't realize this is at 100K market cap. This 8x off the floor. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. Wow, that's absolutely nuts. Okay, that went pretty high. That went pretty high. But that's a really nice protocol from what I'm seeing here. I mean, just looking at their account, they got some really nice follows as well. A lot of people tracking this, a lot of good people tracking this. And it looks like they already have markets set up. And I think, like I was mentioning here, this is the fee split. 25% goes to buy and burn, 30% goes to the vault, 10% goes to stakers. It's not looking bad here. Not looking bad at all. And the chart on this thing, oh my goodness. All right. AMP, you also mentioned there's a few stock fund tokens paired with Sol. All right, let's take a look at that, shall we? Let's take a look at that real quick. Paired with Solana. Bruh. HODL, bro, all these are like sub 10K, like 10K lower than 10K. I don't know about all that. I mean, hey, maybe it takes off, or maybe it could go to or it could stay that low. Who knows? Who knows? We talked about Tree yesterday. Looks like Tree is continuing. Apparently, they're kind of like dubbing this the first utility token. On the first utility token on what you call it, Robinhood. So let's see. Let's see how this one goes. Oh, on the Sol pairs. Oh, I was wondering. I was like, bro, like these are like so it's kind of hard to come up with a thesis that lasts. No, but I think these tokens will, I think Sol pairs are actually in a prime spot. Let's real quick take a look at Solana. And unfortunately, I didn't have the Solana chart already pulled up. So I apologize. Let me go ahead and pull that up right now for y'all boys. Okay. Got you. Got you. All right. So yeah, so Sol pairs. Very interesting question, Amp, because I think your question actually shows us a huge opportunity. All right, so here's the Solana chart. And let's look at this real quick. And I'm going to switch up my view real quick. Bang, we'll hit that. All right. So this is the view on the Solana chart. Because I basically told you guys, wow, not gonna lie, wow. So I told you guys that we have a market shift. It looks like the lower high is going to form in the green box, but we haven't looked at macro a lot lately. And while the timing was a little off, look at that, huh? We formed the higher low inside the box, right? Inside of the box at the golden pocket on the pullback, and now we're headed off. We're headed off for higher. Who knows? Maybe we get another touch of the green box, but overall, I just think that when you look at Solana, it looks like it's ready to make a move higher. And so for some of these soul pairs, I think they're in an interesting position because as Solana continues to show strength, and you guys see the target that I have here at around just under $100. I think Solana is going back there at some point, and I think as Solana runs, I think some of these soul pairs on Stonk may end up running as well. And I think maybe that could be the thing, the sort of play or the meta on the Stonk platform is just that you have these majors that could be running, and then maybe someone pairs a meme token with them, and because right now majors are flat, and it used to be that majors were kind of loosely connected to on chain, but this is a more direct way of connecting on chain tokens to both majors and TradFi in general. But I think because Solana looks poised here to make another move higher. I mean, dude, look at that, bro. Nice little higher low formed in the box. We actually nailed that one. I haven't been trading any leverage as of late, but I will start to get back into it. I just think that for the most part, majors have been like super flat, and it hasn't been a lot of opportunity. And I think a lot of leverage traders have likely pivoted to on chain, which is why we're seeing a nice little action across the board. Um, all right, let's see here. Let's look at some utility stuff on Solana. Crypto Jones has been talking a little bit about Squire and Claw Pump in the chat. So let's take a look, shall we? Yeah, so Crypto Jones has been talking about Squire and Pump. On Monday, we did note that, Squire essentially, like, people fudded because of him launching a second token, not realizing that the second token is a commodity. Um, and it actually helped the main token, and it's not something that's bad for the token. A lot of people didn't really understand that. And so that's what caused this massive sell off. But it looks like now we're starting to reverse. We're starting to get reverse. We're so far up about 2x off the bottom on Squire. And then I also saw that Claw Pump. And I told y'all about TCG. I'm in TCG. Let me pull up the different layout here so you guys can see the chart better. I told you guys about TCG, man, because basically I said it's sitting in the not golden pocket. It's sitting in deep value in the pivot entry that we use on Solana. And I got in here, and it looks like it wants to go higher. So I'm just gonna let that kind of cook on its own. Other plays that look good right now on Solana as far as memes are concerned. We see the pump here on Claw Pump. It's sitting in the pivot, bouncing off the deep value zone. So this actually could end up reversing. Little tailwind for this, I believe, is the Ansem hackathon. I believe I saw a post on Claw Pump earlier, kind of talking a little bit about the Ansem hackathon. So I think we could have a nice little low formed here, and it looks like it wants to bounce. For now, it's actually still in the pivot, so still at a pretty good entry. I think that's it as far as utility stuff on Solana goes. We've covered quite a bit. Let me just double check the Discord, make sure we got, yeah, we pretty much covered everything that we needed to cover. You guys want to cover anything else? Just let me know. yeah, if you guys want to cover something, just let me know. But I think I really like the coverage today. I got some trades I want to also go back and put on. So I'm gonna go back to the drawing board and hit that up. All right, boys. So we pretty much viewed everything on chain. We talked a little bit about Solana Eco. We saw some coins starting to catch a bid. TCG, I think, is probably going to end up being a nice little runner as cards ends up going, reversing off that pullback. Stonk, the main Stonk platform. This actually looks really nice here. Vertical accumulation, basically. But that looks really nice. Looks like it's poised to continue its run. But I think, yeah, we talked about everything. We talked about we looked at the Robinhood platform. We looked at some NFTs that could be popping off. We looked at some projects that you guys wanted to take a look at. We hit Fire, AI, and a few others. I think we still have a leg up on HODL on Robinhood with similar lore narratives we have seen doing well. HODL on Robinhood. Okay, let's take a look. Is it the Diamond Hands one? Is it the Diamond Hands one, Mr. Nice, by the way? But maybe we do. Maybe we do see something. This is the chart itself. 130K market cap. Basically looks like it kind of died seemingly, but it's showing signs of like accumulation. Basically, like this is on a much higher time frame. But when you zoom in on this, you can actually see this has just kind of been accumulating here. So, maybe we do see a breakout at some point. Obviously, HODL, the meme, is very crypto native, very popular, but at the same time, we've seen a few of these done before. So interested to see if this can do something a little bit different than the ones we've seen in times past. All right. I think that's it for me, boys. Stream's been live for about 4 hours, 16 minutes. I think that's solid for today. I'm going to get back in the Discord. I'm going to go ahead and get back trading. Have a lot to do, a lot to catch up on. But appreciate you guys for tuning in. Real quick, before we do leave the stream, I want to quickly go through. The housekeeping. Let's all real quick just go to MCG Live real quick. Let's just do it real quick. Obviously, we're here Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. Eastern time. We do days like today where we have ecosystem spotlight days. Today specifically was MonkeDAO, but every single day on this show, we interview cracked traders, founders, and projects. We bring the best of the best on MCG. Anything happening on chain, we likely will cover it. We have a lot of things coming up. We got a produced, pre-recorded episode with Shaw that we previewed with you guys on Monday. That should be dropping soon. But if you like listening to MCG, literally the perfect thing to do is just put us on in the background. Watch us trade, run through thesis, ecosystems, narratives, kind of similar to what we did today. So go ahead and make sure you're hitting that follow button, scroll down, and then at that pinned tweet, let's make sure we hit like and retweet on that. We know that the stream is wrapping up now, but it's all good. They can always rewatch it and rewind the stream. Beyond that, we're at 13.9K, almost at 14,000 followers. Big W's in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Hallows, share your thesis in in the in NILF. Share the thesis in the Discord. And this link probably doesn't work. Yeah, the link probably doesn't work. We don't Mr. Nice. Mr. Nice, maybe message the MCG account. Message the MCG account and get an invite link. We've been seeing you here and there pull through. You've been pretty regular in the streams. I think you've been on these streams for quite a while, if I'm being honest. So I'm surprised you're not already in there. But yeah, go ahead and message the MCG main account. We'll get you sorted up. Yeah, W's in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for joining us here at MCG for another nice day streaming. See you guys on chain. See you on the timeline. And for the special few, see you in the Discord. Appreciate you guys.